as well.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Judge, just very briefly, if the court and defense takes a look at the content of the conversations between the defendant and his mother, Linda Montoya, I think it's very obvious that they are relevant. Many of the conversations deal with either some of his initial conversations with Sergeant Behill when he was being questioned at Santa Fe Police Department. Others are clearly part of a defense scheme. Others just
Part of a what?
A defense scheme. So maybe a tactic or something that he is, saying that he is actually saying. So he knows that that the phone calls are recorded. I think there's a sign at the jail that says that there is the warning at the very beginning, and so one of those conversations or one of those things is him actually saying, for whoever's listening. This is what happened. There were some complaints about what could be heard in the background. Mr. Roybal from our office, he actually did his best to remove any of that background noise during the editing of those conversations down to the relevant seconds or minutes in some of those cases. And so really it sounds as if the fear is purely speculative at this point, Your Honor, that a lot of that fear from defense is that you can hear a jail cell close or anything like that. You can't. And honestly, Judge, there's a little bit of background noise. I feel that when listening to it, there's actually more background noise coming from Linda Montoya's side of the conversation than from the defendant's. So, Judge, they are relevant. The foundation's been laid. Just a quick aside on some case law. I don't have the number. I can look that up very, very quickly, but it was actually State of New Mexico versus Andrew Romero, which is an extremely high profile case out of Sandoval County, tried by now a district court judge in Albuquerque and one of the premier defense attorneys in the state, Mr. Clark. And in that case, on appeal, they talked quite a bit about some of those jail calls. The relevance was very clear, but the Supreme Court actually made a comment about some of the foundations when laying that, and it simply said, judges, that it was a particularly low bar because it is just voice recognition. So that's what it comes down to, and the state has satisfied that foundation. I think looking at the edits that the state has provided, they are all relevant. There is nothing that is unfairly prejudicial in there. Of course, there is going to be prejudicial material in there, Judge. That's called evidence, and it is, I think, the court's duty to sort of balance that, looking at the probative value versus the unfair prejudice, Judge. And the state has actually done with the number of hours, and there are hundreds of hours of jail phone calls that the state has listened to and edited down to essentially a little over 11 minutes. The state has really taken upon itself to make sure that there is nothing unfairly prejudicial in there, that it is just relevant evidence that the state really does feel that we are entitled to introduce in trial. Thank you.
On behalf of Mr. Apodaca.
And Judge, I don't want to keep honing in on the probative and prejudicial and basic rules of evidence here, but I mean, jail calls, we worked very hard, first of all, to dress them up. It's a jail call between Mr. Apodaca and his mom. Okay, that right there is going to raise up a red flag. Why would Ms. Montoya be recording her own son? Then we're also dealing with, I mean, the recording itself, where you can hear background noise, you can hear just a bunch of people in the background talking. I mean, I understand we listen to a lot more jail calls than the average person, but it still sounds like a jail call and I think a common person would believe that these are in fact jail calls when they hear all the background noise and all that. As I have proposed to the court, I think the best resolution here, if we are going to introduce these, is to just simply get these in through the detective. Just say that the detective can testify to that these statements were made between Ms. Montoya and her son. We can leave it at that. But if we go into the cause, if they hear that, I think there's a strong likelihood that the jury will believe that these are jail calls, and it will negate everything that we've done.
Is there a law that prohibits them from knowing that? I understand your concern is that they might use that information to, form some kind of opinion about your client, but this jury has already seen him taken into custody on the day of the incident. So they've already seen that video. They know he was in police custody. So following down that road, that thread,
well, he was in police custody, but to hold somebody if they believe that he's been then sent to the jail, and then they could assume that he's been in jail pending this trial, and they'll think that, there was I don't know if they know the terms of art, preventive detention and all that as far as New Mexico law is concerned, but they may then assume that he has been in custody pending trial since 2022 because somebody believed that he was a danger to the community. And that's my concern. I think that is going to, and then that goes into the rules of evidence regarding probative value being outweighed by prejudicial value, 402, 403, all of that. We're pulling up exact law right now in regards to knowing whether a defendant is in custody. But the whole purpose of this is to, I understand that the state wants to get in certain evidence, and I don't think that these messages are necessarily all that prejudicial to us. I mean, there could be some impeachment concerns here, but what we are really worried about is the jury understanding that he is in custody.
okay. I said yesterday that I wanted to listen to these in the form that they would be presented before I rule. While we're listening to these, I don't have a copy of the case that you cited in front of me, Mr. Long, so I need that. And then if there's a law that the defense wants to argue, I'll hear that as well. Go ahead, Mr. Long, if you want to play those.
Let me just make sure that I'm doing and I think maybe just for quickness, what I will do is there is all of these phone calls have been identified by a alphanumeric hash, and so there are numbers and letters, and the last four are always going to be unique, and so I'm just going to say what those are. There's going to be one where the call is actually edited into 3 chunks, and I'll let the court know on that. All right, so this first one is going to be, last 4 is going to be 3F as in Frank 17.
So here's 3 things. Here's 4 things, 5 things that you should know about that night. You texted me and I said I was sick, correct?
Right. You know what?
Said I was sick.
Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't have my phone because it was charging.
Yes.
3, the text messages are not mine. 4, I was handed my phone that day after Kiara did whatever she did.
Uh-huh.
And then 5, I was at AP Wireless the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So the detective coercing me into saying something that I didn't even do.
And Judge, is there any way that I could get this monitor at the podium up, just because the audio, I'm having trouble figuring out when the audio is ending. I can't actually see it on this computer screen.
Okay.
This next one is going to be 1C as in Charlie 92.
I know I'm innocent. I know I didn't do anything. The text messages aren't mine. Everything that I've been saying is the truth.
The next one is 9CCA, so 9 Charlie Adam.
That night, I woke up late, asked for a ride, because Kiara gave me a grocery list, to go to Walmart to get some groceries, because she wanted to make a stew or something.
Uh-huh.
So I did that, and came back, had the groceries put in and everything, but left my phone in the garage.
Okay.
And then I came back because I cooked some chicken strips. I think I remember telling you about the chicken strips that I like.
Mm-hmm.
You remember them?
Yeah. Well, I don't remember the name, but...
Then after that, Grace came over. Kiara went into the main house to get prepared for something, and she took her sword with her.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
No.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm hearing you, but...
Yeah. So, and then after she did that, she went to the park and walked. Well, what she told me was she went to the park and walked around with her sword unsheathed. There was going back and forth to that area, and they didn't even do anything.
Uh-huh.
So how does that sound when you have somebody else there walking around with a sword unsheathed?
I don't know.
At the park in the middle of the night.
We didn't hear nothing.
I know. But after that, I was trying to go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm trying to go to bed, Kiara was over there using like a plate and rubbing it against my back. The knife.
Mm-hmm.
I did eventually get sleep for an hour, and then I had my phone thrown at me, and my phone was at 14%.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was charged when I gave her the phone after I texted, I'm still sick to you. Because I gave her the phone. Are you hearing me?
No. Uh-huh. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you, sir.
I know. Okay. Well, and then after I did that, I called y'all because I was told to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Then I went back, after the call, I went back inside the garage to start packing up my stuff. And then that's when she told me that she wanted me back in a few days. I already made my decision that I was going to leave the relationship.
All right, the next one is going to be 59D1, 59 David 1.
And I was through Isaac Apodaca.
Yeah.
And then the other one, like I told you, I don't remember if I told you, but he had another Facebook account called Null Void.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, "What? Who's Null Void?" It's just a Marvel character.
He's a villain.
Yeah, but I just said he's a Marvel character. And then she's like, "Oh, okay." And said, "I got text messages that night." So I sent them to her. Yep. I sent them to her. I also sent her the one from Facebook. Isaac Apodaca because I blocked that account because it was being hacked.
Yeah,
So actually send it to me.
I'm still trying to figure out who hacked it because it didn't seem like it was her. It didn't seem like it was Mary Lou.
The next one is 5B6C, so 5 Beta 6 Charlie.
I texted her that. I texted Grace that morning, telling her we're in danger, me and you. Let's get out of here as soon as possible.
The next one is 3EF8, 3 Edna Frank 8.
Here's something that I want everybody to know, whoever may be listening. I'm going to say this. Kiara McCulley is a manipulator, a narcissist, and a person who knows how to use words, the same type of words that there's words that the Russian KGB agents use, sleeper agents. There's certain words that trigger me that she used to use, like prove your love to me. That is one word, that is a phrase to me that makes me say things on impulse without thinking of the consequences.
Okay.
That's why I say that confession is a bogus confession, because when the detective said that, I said something stupid, thinking that I was going to go home on the promise that he said I was going to go home.
Oh, okay.
See, I had nothing to do with this whole situation. Nothing, except calling 911 after you called 911.
Yeah.
That's all I did.
Next one is 1C97, 1 Charlie 97.
Yeah, this whole situation with what I'm facing is annoying because she went and did everything alone, on her own, willingly and out of her own free will.
Yeah.
And she's trying to play it out like I'm Charles Manson.
The next one is 72D9, 72 David 9.
The day which everything happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her I didn't know anything was going to happen.
The next one is going to be part 1 of 90E7, so 90 Edward 7.
She's trying to push up the story to say I'm trying to help. I helped her. I did not help her. I wish I could talk to my attorney today, but
No, so you'll see her on Monday.
I know. It's just that whole story that the news is portraying. It made me feel horrible.
It said there was text messages.
Yeah.
That's the last time I heard about it.
Yeah, they said
It was on the newspaper.
They said there was text messages, but the text messages weren't even mine. And you can, if you were able to see the text messages, you would be able to tell, like, oh, this is so-and-so. This is Kiara talking. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah. That's so much stuff. Hold on. I'm trying to look for it.
Okay. It's just messed up that I'm dealing with a situation that she got me involved in. I have hope. Pray to God. I have nightmares about what.
The next one is going to be part 2 of that same conversation.
I didn't plan it. I don't get how I am suddenly involved with this whole planning situation.
Next one is part 3 of that same conversation.
That morning, I just felt like something bad was going to happen, and that's why I called y'all, and I called y'all to pick me up.
Mm-hmm.
I know you guys couldn't pick me up because you guys were out delivering, but I don't know what else would have been my other choice to do.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to contact everybody on Facebook to help, but nobody responded.
And the next one is going to be 055F, so 055 Frank.
I was going to the police station. She was smiling, singing, laughing, everything in the police station while I was just there. It's like, why am I here? Why am I involved? I was getting frustrated, and I don't know if the detective talked to you, but the detective told me that I had to back up, give him some space.
Mm-hmm.
So I was getting upset. So I wasn't the one involved.
And the final one is going to be E1, E2, so Edward 1, Edward 2.
What I was going to say was, I'm going to go through the text messages as the thing, with its verbiage and the wordage on how I used it.
Yeah.
I'm going to check everybody to see how I texted.
Yeah.
Those texts don't match the same way I text theirs. The case
Yeah.
done. But they said that it was a willful act to commit, but they are seriously doubting that I wasn't been a part of it.
And that's the totality of the calls, Your Honor. And I do have a cite for the Andrew Romero case. We actually do have a copy for the court. That is going to be 2019 NMSC 007. Ms. Murphy has also been kind enough to pull up another case, and that is going to be State v. Chavez. Let me just get the cite on that. That's actually going to be a very recent case. I have the Westlaw number, which is going to be 2024 WL 1509182. I also do have the Supreme Court docketing number. That is going to be S-1-SC-39509.
39509.
39509, correct, Judge. And I do want to just cite to one paragraph. I believe it's right at the very end, pretty close. Both parties cite to our decision in State v. Rodriguez. That's going to be S-1-SC-36459 at paragraph 20. Non-presidential opinion, but in their briefs. In Rodriguez, this court concluded that the district court did not abuse its discretion when it admitted recordings of defendant's jail calls made while he was in pretrial custody for a first-degree murder charge. During the calls, the defendant in Rodriguez discussed the evidence the police had found, and he indicated that he remembered exactly what happened, even though the theory of his defense was that he had been too high to remember the murder. That's at paragraph 17. This court reasoned that alerting the jury of the defendant's incarceration was not, as the defendant argues, the same as a defendant appearing before the jury in prison clothing or shackles, because the calls were proffered as evidence of the defendant's mental state, not to imply that the defendant was guilty or a person of bad character. That is at paragraph 20. This court concluded that the district court properly weighed the jail call's prejudicial impact, alerting the jury that the defendant was in jail 3 days after the crime took place with its probative value, evidence of the defendant's mental state at the time of the killing, pursuant to 11-403 NMRA before admitting the recordings.
Argument, Mr. Nye.
Yes, Judge. So first I'll rest on 5115, which basically talks about the appearance of defendant and witnesses before court. I mean, it clearly articulates that the defendant cannot be dressed in jail clothing, shackles, things of that sort. I don't need to lecture the court on that. That's very straightforward as far as the work we have to do to ensure that the jury doesn't believe that the defendant is in custody and is dressed up. My members of my office have come round trip to Santa Fe from Albuquerque multiple times over the course of the last week to make sure that Mr. Apodaca has clothes and it does not look like he is in custody in the eyes of the jury. And that's done for a reason. Now, Your Honor, if we were to look at the case law here in regards to, I'm going to fall back on 11403 in regards to probative value and prejudicial value. But those jail calls, from the way I look at it, offer very little probative value for the state and actually adds basically just more cumulative evidence. It's basically Isaac providing his characterization of what was happening, which kind of falls in line with the defense's argument. There's also a statement about Charles Manson in there, which I think is highly prejudicial. The jury hears that, they're going to know who Charles Manson is, and they're going to believe that they may equate Mr. Apodaca to Charles Manson. So I believe that that is highly prejudicial, as well as the clothing or the clothing that he's wearing, and what we're trying to argue that he is not in custody. Any indication that he is in custody would be highly prejudicial, and that outweighs any sort of probative value that the state's trying to bring in. I think the probative value here is very limited. I understand what the state is saying, that all evidence, all good evidence can be prejudicial. I don't think that this is good evidence here for the state. I think it's very limited in its probative value, and I think the state could be trying to introduce this because of the prejudicial effect on the jury hearing stuff like that the defendant could possibly be in custody. If you listen to those jail calls, you can hear a lot of noise in the background. I can't really differentiate if it's coming from Ms. Montoya's side or from Mr. Apodaca's side, but you can hear a lot of noise, almost like it's a gymnasium or a jail pod of some sort, right? And certainly the court or the jury is going to infer, I believe, that that is a jail holding cell, especially when he's having a conversation that's being recorded and his mother is on the line. The jury's not going to believe that. I don't think the jury's going to think that his own mom would just record him. The jury's going to believe that that's a jail call that was recorded through the jail. There's also State v. Jones, Your Honor, that addresses this. If I can have 1 second, Your Honor, I had this pulled up. So I have 11403, as I discussed, and then State v. Jones discusses, the context of 403 in regards to confusing issues, misleading the jury, delay, wasting time, needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. Again, I believe this is cumulative evidence. I believe it's wasting time because we would then be playing these jail calls that I've already offered can be introduced through a detective. So I have a kind of a curative situation for that. There would be undue delay, and it would mislead the jury. We're talking about Charles Manson. We're hearing noise in the background that would make the jury infer that this is a jail call, and that would clearly mislead the jury, maybe have them confuse the issues for the very reasons why we don't want 11404B evidence in. If it's for propensity or different things, it could confuse the issues, and it could create unfair prejudice, Your Honor. So, I mean, I think I understand that the case law is not very specific in New Mexico in regards to whether a jury knows somebody is in custody or not. But the problem here is, I mean, he was handcuffed. I mean, I had concerns about that, but I understood it was admissible. I mean, he was handcuffed. He was interrogated, but there's nothing showing that he was in fact sent to the county jail or any sort of jail or prison facility pending trial. And I think if they hear these calls, then they will be under the belief that his mom was calling him because he was in custody pending trial. And also, I mean, and I explained this previously, I think in a sidebar conversation we had, I did not like the whole presentation with Ms. Montoya where Mr. Long was asking her to wave at Mr. Apodaca. It almost seems like, wave at your son before you sent back to jail. I think this is a whole presentation to make the jury understand that this person is in custody, and it's clearly prejudicial with, I believe, very limited probative value, if basically little to no probative value for the state, Your Honor. It's cumulative evidence, and it's really this Mr. Apodaca kind of agreeing with what the defense arguments are in this case. And just got this note from my co-counsel. One second, Judge. So there's also a statement where it says, to whoever who is listening to this. I mean, I think that also creates an inference that to the jury that Mr. Apodaca is in custody. I mean, by him just throwing that out there, it sounds like he's understanding that somebody is listening to this because he understands that the jail calls are being recorded. So I think that those are.
How does the jury know that Mr. Apodaca knows that the jail calls are recorded, as opposed to his phone having been tapped under a warrant or some other way?
But Judge, when you're having a normal phone.
Answer my question.
I'm sorry.
How would the jury know that? You've asked me to assume that that's what they're going to conclude, but he's making a statement to anyone that's out there listening. I don't know if he's speaking to the heavens. I don't know if he's speaking believing that his phone is tapped. I don't know, sitting in the seat of the jury, that's kind of an innocuous statement as to what that might mean, and they won't get an answer to that. We won't tell them that these calls are recorded while he's in custody. So I understand that he's making that statement in the recording if they are allowed to hear that, but that doesn't necessarily lead to the conclusion that you're arguing that the jury would know that he's in custody. There's other ways somebody's phone or somebody's conversations could be recorded.
I understand that. I mean, we've seen that a lot of in federal cases, wiretaps and different things. But in a normal conversation, so the answer to your question is yes. I mean, we don't know. But at the same time, I think when somebody's having a normal conversation with their mom, they're not thinking that their phone is being tapped or people are listening to them. So I think there's a stronger likelihood. I'm not saying there's a definitive likelihood that the jury is going to believe that, but I'm saying that that creates more prejudice. It's more prejudice under 11403, and I think a jury could be more inclined to believe that he was in custody because a normal person isn't thinking that the feds or the New Mexico State DA's office is tapping them on a phone call. But when somebody says that, they probably have a understanding that they are being tapped. That they're being recorded in this particular case. It wouldn't be called a wiretap, but it would be that they would be tapped. So I totally understand what Your Honor is saying. I thought about that as well. There are different situations where we've seen people phones being tapped on regular conversations, but in this particular situation, in a state court case where somebody's talking to their mom on the phone and he's saying whoever is listening to this, I think the reasonable expectation is that a jury could assume that this is the defendant understanding that he's being recorded in a jail call, Your Honor. So that's my concern. And again, I'll fall back on 403 and State v. Jones, Your Honor. The factors there: unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time. They'll be playing these phone calls, and needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. Again, I don't believe that. And I'm not trying to hone in on probative, prejudicial all the time, but I understand that there is evidence that is prejudicial that has an evidentiary value. and the probative value would outweigh that. But in this particular situation, Your Honor, I don't see any little to no probative value for this evidence that I believe is cumulative. The only effect here, I believe, would be prejudicial in regards to the Charles Manson stuff and the jury assuming that these are jail calls, Your Honor. So based on that, I would, based on 403 as well as, you know, my understanding of how 515, and I understand, you know, state and really even federal law hasn't really clarified or specified whether there should be, whether a jury should know somebody is in custody. There's not specific case laws to that. I think it should be interpreted or implied from 5115 and other mechanisms that are used to make sure that a jury doesn't know that somebody is in custody, including him being dressed up and various other things. I mean, we wait for the jury to leave before we take him, deputies take him out, do different things, and that's specifically to ensure a safeguard that the jury doesn't know that he's in custody. And it's done for a reason, because the jury could then make all kinds of assumptions as to why somebody is being held pending trial, including that they could think that a judge or somebody else determined that that person is a risk, or that they didn't have money to post bail, or different things, Your Honor. So based on that, I think that those two issues, I believe, should preclude these calls from being introduced. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel, for your arguments. Do you have a copy of S1 SC 39509? You have a hard copy?
We can get one very, very quickly, Judge. We'll just need to print it out. If the court can maybe just entertain the state for about a 2-minute reply to defense's response.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I think essentially what the defense is doing is they're asking the court to speculate what the jury is going to do. The jury is going to get an instruction on that, Judge. Also, in that Chavez case, there was one of the, looks like actually one of the paragraphs right towards the end, Judge, it basically says the prejudicial impact of alerting the jury that the defendant was in jail before trial was minimal, as it is commonly understood that a person suspected of committing murder may be held in pretrial custody, and that's from the Rodriguez opinion. Judge, we've actually taken steps to remove any references about being in custody, and so I think that any concerns on that are really just not valid at this point. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to recess, and I need a copy of, and I'll go try and pull it up in the back as well. I need a copy of 39509.
And we are printing that right now.
Okay, we're in recess and off the record. Everyone just stay here. This shouldn't take too long, and then I'll come back and give you a ruling and place on the record the court's rationale. We're in recess.
But I'm going to text it to you as well for
Let's go back on the record. We reconvene. Counsel, could you have a seat for a moment, please? We're back on the record outside the hearing in presence of the jury with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present. The court had recessed and took some time to review 4 different cases as well as the rules cited by counsel in their arguments. The issue before the court is the state's request to be able to introduce certain conversations between the defendant and his mother. The objection comes as the concern by the defense that the jury, knowing that these might have been jail calls, would unduly prejudice the defendant, that the probative value of the information and the statements made is outweighed by the prejudicial knowledge that the defendant was in custody at the time that the conversations occurred. The state offers these, as the court's understanding, for really 3, I wrote down 3 reasons. One is that the statements are contradictions to statements made at the time of his interview with law enforcement. The second is that this is statements that are different than those made at the time of his interview. And third, that this is some type of an evolving narrative by the defendant over time of his involvement in and participation or non-participation in the death of Grace Jones. The court, having reviewed the Jones case as cited by defense, as well as the Romero case, the Rodriguez case, and the Chavez case in Rule 5403, makes the following findings and conclusions. First of all, with respect to the quality of the recordings themselves, the quality is, some of them are better than the others. The way the audio has been redacted, it is difficult at some points in times to hear the voices, particularly that of Mr. Apodaca in responding to or initiating statements to his mother. With respect to the background noise, there is background noise in the statements, but it is not clearly, it appears to be static or other chatter, but the court was unable to hear anything that identified that the background noise was coming from a detention facility. Defense counsel has argued that that would be the natural assumption. The court disagrees. There's many reasons why there may be poor quality, and even for the sake of argument, if a juror or jurors came to the conclusion that the calls were coming from a detention facility, having reviewed the relevant case law, the court finds that that fact in and of itself is not debilitating or unduly prejudicial to the extent that would bar presentation of the information. The court finds that the information is relevant under one or all of the 3 avenues presented by the state. The court finds in weighing the potential prejudicial nature of the location of the defendant during the time of the calls, it does not outweigh the probative value in the state's argument that Mr. Apodaca is as an accessory also has been charged with the first-degree murder of Grace Jones. In reviewing the case law, particularly the Romero case, most recently, there is no prohibition in our case law in New Mexico that would prevent the jury from having that knowledge, even if they came to that conclusion from the limited background noise in the calls. The defense argues that the natural assumption that the jury would make is that he's in custody. the court disagrees. There are many reasons why phone conversations are recorded or could have been recorded. That will be basically an unknown to the jury as this is presented as to how the recordings came into the possession of the state. Give me just a second. The defense has argued that the jail calls, the knowledge that the conversations occurred while the defendant was in custody is tantamount to our law in New Mexico that prohibits the defendant being brought before a jury in shackles or in a prison or jail clothing. Those are different. The prohibition is to prevent something that is occurring during the course of the trial that would prejudice the defendant. He would be the only one sitting potentially in the room in that state with being held in shackles or in jail or prison clothing in the open forum of the trial. That is different than discovery that has been developed and shared between the parties relevant to the issues that the jury ultimately has to decide as to whether or not there is any culpability on the part of the defendant with respect to the charges he is facing. Accordingly, the court finds that the 11 snippets or portions of much longer recordings do not unduly prejudice the defendant, that their probative value outweighs any prejudice that may may inure if the jury or a juror concludes or assumes that the defendant was in custody during the recording of the conversations. The court will allow the 11 sound bites to be played before the jury as part of the state's case in chief. Is there a need for clarification of the court's findings or rulings, Mr. Long?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Neer.
Your Honor, respect the court's opinion. If I could briefly just kind of differentiate the case cited by the state as well as the case.
You had your opportunity to argue, counsel.
Okay.
I'm asking if you have any question as to the court's findings or rulings.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Housekeeping-wise, let's change gears. Who's up first this morning?
First is OMI, Your Honor, Dr. Emily Helmrich. Then we'll go into DNA and latents. That, at this point, actually may take us past the lunch hour. Then Jared Alire and Ryan Romero, who did the cell phone extractions. And then we'll likely start with Detective Vigil, although at this point I'm not sure that we'll get through him. The defendant's interview itself is a couple hours.
Okay.
And then the Facebook records are 200 pages, and we'll be reviewing most of them.
Okay.
So we're a little bit behind schedule at this point.
We are. Any other issues for the state before we can continue with the jury?
No, just that moving into Monday we have two witnesses, Kiara McCauley and Dr. Wellner. And I believe the state or defense may be putting on a case. So I know the court has a docket on Wednesday, but at some point we may need to talk about that.
Well, if we conclude with the proofs and the instructions on Tuesday, what I advise the jury is that they may have to come back to deliberate on Wednesday. So do you think it's still reasonable that we'll conclude with the proofs by the end of the day on Tuesday?
In terms of the state's case, I think we will likely have that by the end of the day on Monday. But if the defense puts on a case, it may be quite lengthy.
Okay. Any other issues with respect to scheduling today or overall, counsel?
Yeah, and Judge, we have not decided the extent of our case that we're going to be putting on at this time. I just want to let the court know.
Okay, well, one, a response, if you, I mean, you don't have to make any decisions until the state rests in its case in chief and we do our directed verdict motions. But would like a heads up if you've made a decision, if you think we'll go past presentations on Tuesday, because I would alert the jury to that so that they could make arrangements to potentially have to be here past Wednesday.
I'm seriously considering calling Mr. Apodaca to the stand.
You don't have to make any of those decisions at this point in time. Just say more for the record than anything else is, as everyone in the room knows, the burden is on the state to prove the case, and he has no affirmative obligation to do anything or to put on any kind of response, and that's your strategic and tactical decision after consultation and approval by your client. Okay, any other issues for the defense before we continue this morning?
Not from defense, Judge, thank you.
We'll have our jury then. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back on the record. We reconvene in the state of New Mexico versus Isaac Apodaca. This is criminal cause D101CR 2023-25 with counsel, jury, and Mr. Apodaca all present. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting a little bit of a late start this morning, but the attorneys and I have been meeting to try and organize the day. We're going to try and get through a lot today. As we did at the end of the day yesterday, you'll see a lot of this come kind of very methodical and very quickly. If you recall the last about an hour and 20 minutes that we had at the end of the day yesterday. We appear to be a little bit behind where we thought we would be at this stage, so we're going to push real hard today to get as much in front of you as possible so that when we return next week, hopefully we get caught up and continue on the same schedule. Again, if there's anything that you need during the course of the trial, please catch my attention or the bailiff's attention. So we'll get started immediately. We'll continue in the state's case in chief. Who is your next witness?
Dr. Emily Helmrich.
Ma'am, if you would please rise and face me and raise your right hand, I'm going to place you under oath. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. And if you'd begin, please, by stating your name for our record and spelling your name, please.
Yes, my name is Emily Helmrich, EMILYHELMRICH.
Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Hey,
Can you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I am a medical examiner or a forensic pathologist. What that means is I perform autopsies on individuals who die outside of the care of a doctor or on individuals who die an unnatural death.
Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about your educational background and training that led to you being a forensic pathologist. I assume you graduated high school.
Yes.
Okay. And after high school, what did you do?
After high school, I obtained degrees in anthropology and biomedical science. I then got a master's degree in aging and neuroscience. I attended medical school. I came here to Albuquerque at the University of New Mexico for my residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology. And then I did another year of subspecialty training in forensic pathology.
I'm going to have you define a couple of those things. What is anatomical pathology?
Anatomic pathology is a type of doctor who has graduated from medical school and can do a variety of things. Mostly they look at tumors under the microscope and make diagnoses, but they also perform autopsies to see how disease affects the body.
Okay. And what's clinical pathology?
Clinical pathology is another type of pathology. These pathologists will run the blood bank at the hospital, making sure that patients get safe blood products. They will also do other various things in patient care, specifically for diagnosing diseases.
Okay. And I guess maybe just define pathology as a general area of medicine.
Pathology is just the specialty of medicine on how disease and trauma affects the body.
And what's forensic pathology?
A forensic pathologist receives an extra year of training specifically on how to perform autopsies to determine a cause and a manner of death for unnatural deaths.
Can you share with the jury where you hold medical licenses?
Currently, I'm licensed here in New Mexico, Washington, Texas, and Iowa.
Are you board certified in any subspecialties or specialties?
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology.
What does it mean to be board certified?
It means I sat for a national examination and I passed the test, and then I maintain the requirements to keep that certification.
Great. Have you taught or trained others in your field?
Yes.
Can you, I'm not going to ask for every training or lecture you've offered, but can you just maybe hit a few highlights for the jury of some of the trainings you've conducted?
I train medical students at the University of New Mexico, residents at UNM, as well as our fellows in their forensic pathology training. I also train paramedic and EMT students throughout the state, and then I have taught nationally as well on certain topics.
Great, thank you. Are you a member of any professional organizations or national associations?
Yes, I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Science.
Great. Have you ever taught or received training taught others or received training yourself in sharp wound injuries, such as stabbings or knife injuries?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you explain that to the jury, just what trainings you've had or performed yourself for others?
Yeah, so when I was in training, I had dedicated lectures from other forensic pathologists on how to interpret those wounds, and now I give those lectures to our fellows as part of their curriculum.
Have you ever testified before today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Approximately how many times?
A little over 40.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert witness?
Yes.
In what fields or designations?
In forensic pathology.
Thank you. Have you published in your field?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you ever have nightmares of a lawyer asking you to name all your publications on the stand?
Yes, I do.
I won't do that to you then. Just make sure. Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Emily Helmrich as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Any objection?
No objection. No objection from the defense, Your Honor.
Is so received and allowed to express your opinion in that limited area. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, now let's talk about where you work. You said you work for the Office of the Medical Investigator?
I'm technically employed by the University of New Mexico, but in that capacity, I work at the Office of the Medical Investigator, which is the medical examiner's office for the state of New Mexico.
Okay. What is the purpose of OMI or your job through UNMH with OMI?
To investigate deaths that occur outside the care of a doctor or that are unnatural.
Okay. After you've performed an autopsy, do you draw conclusions sometimes as to cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Can you explain cause and manner of death to the jury?
The cause of death is exactly what it sounds like. It's what caused a person to die. Some options are pneumonia, heart attack, stab wound, gunshot wound, trauma. A manner of death is an opinion rendered by the pathologist based on the circumstances surrounding the death. And there's only 5 options for the manner. Those are natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined.
Okay. Let's talk about the process of an autopsy. Where do you perform autopsies?
At the OMI in Albuquerque.
Okay. When a case or a person is assigned to you, how do they arrive at the Office of the Medical Investigator?
One of our investigators is deployed to the scene of the death and will place a identification band around the wrist of the person who has died, place them in a body bag, and seal that bag. When we receive a person at our office for exam, they're received in that sealed body bag.
And then once the case is assigned to you, what do you do?
The first thing that I do is review any photographs that were taken by our investigator at the scene of the death. I'll hear a brief overview of the circumstances surrounding the death, if we have those. And then I'll also review CT scan images of the person. We perform a full body CT scan on every individual who comes to us for an exam. I will do those 3 things before my autopsy.
Okay. As part of your job and the training you've received, are you qualified to review CT scans and imaging?
Yes, that's part of our daily process. Yeah.
Thank you. Once you've done that initial review of the scene photos, any background information, and any imaging that's been conducted, what do you do?
Then that body bag will be opened. The individual will be looked at as received, meaning with clothing and medical intervention still in place if those things were there. There will be evidence collected on that individual as part of a routine process, and then photographs are taken. After that, anything is removed from the body is not washed, and we repeat the photographs and then wash the body and do that again a 3rd time.
Okay. After you've kind of done this progressed examination, external examination, with the different photographic stages, what do you do next?
After looking at the outside of a person's body for identifying features or injuries, then we will perform an internal examination of the body, looking at the head and the chest and the abdomen for injuries and disease.
Okay.
Hold on, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I'd ask you to turn off your phones and laptops. The only individuals the court is allowed to be using those is the media. So unless you're assisting either party as part of this case, I would ask you to turn off your electronic devices. Sorry for the interruption. Continue, counsel.
It's okay. Let me actually take just this pause to step back and talk about evidence collection from the body. Can you describe for the jury what sort of evidence you might collect from a person's body?
So we will take clippings of the tips of a person's fingernails for evidence. We clip those with clean clippers, and then those clippers and the clippings are packaged, sealed, and secured to be released to law enforcement. We will also take a blood spot card, just a drop of blood on a piece of paper for law enforcement to have, as well as collecting some hairs from the person's head as well.
Is that blood spot card also sometimes called an FTA blood card?
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so again, you said you moved from an external examination, and as you're doing the external examination, you take photos of any injuries you observe, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you do with photos that you collect as part of your autopsies?
The photos are taken with an OMI designator label, so I know that they belong to that particular person, and then they're uploaded to our case file and reviewed by me before I finalize the autopsy report.
Are you involved in every single stage of the autopsy?
It depends.
Okay. Can you explain that to the jury?
There is an autopsy technician that's assisting the doctor, and then I may also have a trainee performing the examination that I'm supervising. So whether it's me and the technician or me and the trainee and a technician, we're working together. At least one pathologist is present for every step.
And do you review all information from every step of the case in addition to everything that you're present for?
Yes, but I don't have anything that I review for the evidence that's collected. We simply collect that and release that to law enforcement.
Okay. So you don't examine the fingernail clippings necessarily?
Correct.
Or you perform testing on them, I guess would be better.
Yes, we just collect them and release them.
Okay. But in terms of the autopsy itself, are you present or a pathologist is present for every stage of the autopsy?
Yes, and if I'm supervising, then I am present to see every injury, every significant finding for that case.
Okay. When you upload photos from a case to your system, are those photos altered or edited in any way?
No.
Okay. Can you explain the process of an internal examination a little bit more to the jury?
Yeah, an internal examination is what I'm sure we've all seen on TV, right? With the Y incision that's made on the front of a person's body. Then we access the organs of the chest and the abdomen. Those organs are removed and examined individually by the doctor, as well as examining the cavities where those organs were for injuries. That's for the chest and abdomen. We will also open the head, remove the brain, and examine the skull and the brain for any injuries or disease.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add about either the external examination or the internal examination before we move on?
No.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about additional testing that you may perform or are asked to be performed after the external and internal examinations. What sort of testing or follow-up analysis might you order in a case?
We often will order toxicology testing from either blood or another specimen from the individual who died. That will get sent to another laboratory and the results will be reported back to me. Sometimes we also look at little pieces of tissue under the microscope to find things that I wouldn't see with my eyes at the exam, and I would have to only see that way.
Okay. What does toxicology mean?
Toxicology is testing of a specimen for the presence of drugs or alcohol.
And what specimens do you routinely test from a person's body for drugs or alcohol?
Most commonly the blood and the urine.
Okay. And when you send those specimens off for testing and receive those reports back, do you rely on those reports in formulating your opinion in cases?
Sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't. If there was not a readily apparent cause of death at the time of the autopsy, then I will depend on those toxicology results.
Okay. Can they still inform your opinion, even if there is a readily apparent cause of death?
Sometimes.
Okay, thank you. And are those toxicology results performed by another state agency or state accredited lab?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to talk a little bit about bodies in general. Can you explain a couple concepts to the jury? One would be the concept of blood pressure. What does it mean to have a blood pressure?
So we have blood vessels in our body. We can think of them as pipes. In order to move water through a pipe, there has to be some type of pressure. You have to turn on the faucet. Our bodies operate the same way. In order for blood to flow through blood vessels, there has to be some type of pressure that pumps that blood through the vessels, and that pressure is generated by the heart.
Okay, so what happens if the heart is not beating?
Then you would not have a blood pressure.
And what does that mean in terms of how someone bleeds or doesn't bleed, in terms of if the heart is beating and you have a blood pressure versus if the heart is not bleeding and you are deceased and do not have a blood pressure?
If you sustain an injury while your heart is not beating, then that injury will not bleed. If you sustain an injury while your heart is beating, then you will bleed.
If there is an open injury on an individual who's deceased, can blood still exit the body?
Sometimes.
Okay. Can you explain that to the jury?
If there's blood in a cavity of the body, like our chest cavity where our lungs sit, and there's a hole connecting that cavity to the outside, sometimes blood can seep through that hole from where it was existing in the cavity to outside the body.
Okay. So can gravity and access to, through a hole help blood exit the body even after someone's dead?
It makes it a possibility.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about the concept of scabbing. What is a scab?
A scab is a crust that our body forms on an injury to help it heal and to help it stop bleeding.
Okay. Do dead people form scabs?
Scabs are not formed after death, no.
Generally speaking, how long are you able to say how long it takes for scabs to form?
Generally speaking, I think of scabs as forming after one sleep, so about a day. That being said, there can be variability in how big the injury is and then how noticeable the scab is.
Sure. Do you have training in tool mark identification? You said that you teach a little bit on you teach on sharp force injuries?
I do teach on how to assess and measure and interpret sharp force injuries on the body. I do not have training in analyzing a tool for marks on a tool.
Okay. So if something had like a serrated versus a smooth edge, that would not be something you would offer an opinion on?
I'm trained to identify features of wounds on the body caused by serrated knives versus not, but just strictly assessing injuries on a body, not assessing a knife itself.
I see. So if I brought you two separate knives and said which one was used in this case, that would be not something you would render an opinion on.
Correct.
Okay. But you could talk about the injuries as they appear on the body and the measurements and associated conclusions from those measurements and observations?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Before we turn to this case that you're here to testify on, is there anything else about the autopsy process or the process of death and dying that you feel the jury should understand?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. Turn to this case. Are you familiar with a case involving an individual named Grace Jennings?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that case?
This Miss Jennings had an autopsy performed in 2022, specifically October 31st, 2022, by one of my forensic pathology fellows, Dr. D. Pasquale. I supervised that examination, and then I finalized the autopsy report, determining a cause and manner of death.
Okay. So in terms of supervising, you were present for every important stage of the autopsy?
I viewed Miss Jennings as she was received with her clothing still on her body. I reviewed her body after that clothing was removed, and then I reviewed her body after her body was washed. I saw every injury that was on her body, and I also reviewed her internal injuries as well.
Thank you. In this case, were you able to observe enough injuries and enough data points to draw a conclusion as to cause and manner of death in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your ultimate opinion as to cause and manner of death?
Miss Jennings' cause of death is sharp force injuries, and her manner of death is homicide.
What's a stab wound versus an incised wound?
Stab wounds and incised wounds are both sharp force injuries. A stab wound is deeper than it is long, and an incised wound is longer than it is deep. A stab wound is exactly what we all can probably visualize, a deep wound caused by a sharp object, and an incised wound is a cut or a slice of the skin.
Thank you. Can you, let's now turn to Grace's autopsy and discuss that. What were your overall findings about Grace in terms of her stages of development, nutrition, or nourishment, the overall initial observations?
Ms. Jennings was a healthy appearing 21-year-old woman. She was thin, but she otherwise looked like a normal 21-year-old woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when she arrived, was there any evidence of attempts at medical intervention or medical assessment prior to arrival at OMI?
Not significantly. I believe she may have had an EKG pad or a sticky sticker that EMS places on her leg, but otherwise she did not have any significant medical intervention, no.
Okay. Any evidence of any sort of underlying natural diseases that would have been involved in your opinion?
She was a healthy young woman on my exam.
Okay. Can you very generally describe the overall injuries to Ms. Jennings, and then we'll review them in more detail?
Ms. Jennings had multiple sharp force injuries on her body. She had 12 stab wounds and at least 8 incised wounds, so 12 stabs and 8 slices. She also had additional incised wounds on both of her hands, so greater than 20 sharp force injuries.
And I see in your report you have the evidence of injuries broken down in categories from A to U, as in umbrella. Is that an appropriate methodology to take in terms of talking about her injuries?
Yes.
Okay. So injury category A, what was that?
If it's okay, I'd like to refresh my memory with my report so I can track along with you.
Sure. Your Honor, given that Dr. Helmrich is an expert witness, we'd ask that she be able to utilize her report from the council table. Both parties have that report.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the wound on Ms. Jennings' body that was designated A is an incised wound or a cut that was on the right side of her neck.
And I guess I should back up. Are you able to make determinations if injuries are rendered before, during, or after someone dies?
Sometimes we can say that, and sometimes we can't.
Okay, can you explain that a little bit more to the jury?
Just like we talked about earlier with having a blood pressure, if a person sustains an injury while they have a blood pressure, that injury will be bloody in the tissues. If they sustain that injury after their heart has stopped beating, then that injury will not be bloody in the tissues.
Okay. What can make something indeterminate? Why would you sometimes not be able to render an opinion on if it was before or after death?
It can sometimes be hard to put an injury definitively in one of those categories if a person sustains an injury while they have a very low blood pressure, so when they are dying actively, or if the injury is very small and doesn't involve much tissue, then it can also be hard to say.
Okay, thank you. As to the category A, the wound on the right upper side of the neck, are you able to offer an opinion as to whether that was before or after death?
The wound on the right upper side of her neck, designated A, is most likely post-mortem, meaning it occurred while Ms. Jennings did not have a blood pressure.
And why do you draw that conclusion?
The tissues in that area were not as bloody as I would expect for injuries sustained in a living person.
Thank you. As to category B, what injury did you classify under category B?
Category B is a stab wound of the right side of the neck that was underneath wound A.
Would you mind gesturing on your own neck and body, where A is and where B would be.
Sure. So wound A was an incised cut.
And for purposes of the record, you're using your index finger to kind of point under your ear along your right jawline, sort of. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. And category B?
Stab wound B was located underneath that, somewhere in this general area.
Okay. And for purposes of the record, you're using your index finger to point kind of on the right side of your neck, about midway between your neck and collarbone, or jaw and collarbone?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Okay. What information can you give to the jury about that penetrating stab wound to the neck?
The stab wound B on the right side of Miss Jennings' neck also I favor to be post-mortem, meaning it occurred after she died. The tissues were not as bloody as I would expect for a living person.
Okay. Are you able to make a determination as to the direction of that injury?
Yes, referring to my report, wound B, stab wound B was right to left and downwards.
Thank you. Going to category C, what was that injury?
Wound C was another stab wound of Miss Jennings' neck. This time, this stab wound was located on the left upper part of her neck in this general area.
And again, for purposes of the record, you're using your index finger to point on your left jawline, or just below your jawline.
Exactly.
All right, thank you. Were you able to, what information about the path of that injury can you provide to the jury?
Referring to my report, that direction that the knife took once it entered her body was left to right and slightly downwards.
Okay. Can you just use the word knife? Is that a conclusory statement about the type of implement that was used?
No, that's me just using a broad term for a sharp object.
Were there any internal injuries associated with category C, this penetrating stab wound of the left neck?
Nothing significant. This wound did injure her airway, but I do favor that that's a after-death injury.
Okay. Moving to category D, this is in Delta. What was that?
Wound D was another stab wound of Miss Jennings' neck that was located on the bottom part of her neck, somewhere in this area.
And you're gesturing right between your collarbones at the very base of your neck, top of your chest. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And what can you tell the jury about any associated injuries and direction of the injury?
For the direction for this wound was front to back and downwards. This wound cut Miss Jennings' right carotid artery. That's a large artery that is comes from our chest and then extends up through our neck to our head. This wound occurred after she had died.
And why do you form the opinion that that carotid injury would have happened after she died?
This is one of the wounds that I can be definitive about. The carotid artery is a large artery, and if you have a blood pressure, it will bleed a lot. So the absence of bleeding in that area means her heart was not beating when she sustained that wound.
Okay. Have you reviewed photographs from the scene of death?
Yes.
Okay. And in those photographs, there's blood in a spot on an area on the floor, and there's blood on bed and bedding. Did you review those photographs?
I did.
Okay. To a layperson, that may appear like a very bloody scene. To a medical investigator, how bloody does that scene appear to you?
It's kind of hard to say. There's such a spectrum, and it depends on how many wounds a person has, but the amount of blood at the scene was within what I would expect for a person who died from sharp force injuries.
Would you have expected more blood on the scene if the carotid injury had been while Grace was alive?
I hesitate to answer that without having seen the scene myself, but it's possible that that was not enough blood. I've definitely seen more blood at a scene with a person who is has a wound of the neck with a carotid injury. Yeah.
Thank you. But it is your opinion that that carotid injury was postmortem?
Yes.
Moving to a category of wounds that are defined as a wound track. What's a wound track?
A wound track is a path through the tissues and organs of the body that connects to things. So for a sharp force injury, that would be the path that a sharp object takes once it enters the body. What did it pass through inside of the body?
Okay, so if I stabbed through my hand with my pen, would one side be, say, A, and the other side could be B to form that wound path?
Exactly.
Okay. For the first wound path broken down into category E and L, where were those entry and exit wounds located on Grace's body?
Yes, Ms. Jennings had 2 holes on her body on her left upper shoulder area. One of those was on the front upper shoulder. The other was on the back upper shoulder. And those 2 holes on her skin connected through a path inside of her body.
Okay. Did that wound path, E as in echo, L to Lima, involve any major organs or structures in Grace's body?
No, although the designation E also includes a separate stab wound, that did.
Okay. And where did that separate stab wound under category E fall?
That separate stab wound was on the front of her left shoulder, beneath the other hole, also designated E. That stab wound entered her left chest cavity.
For purposes of the record, you've taken your right arm and crossed over your chest and designated to your left upper shoulder and then below, or where your shoulder and your chest kind of connect, and below that point for the second stab wound. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And if I misuse the term for a body part, please correct
I
me.
will, yes.
All right. Is there anything else you'd like to inform the jury about regarding either category E or the wound track from E to L?
No, just that it may be confusing, but what we just discussed was 2 separate stab wounds.
But because of their general area, you broke E, you categorized 2 wounds under E because they were in the same area?
Exactly.
All right, thank you. So now going to category F, as in Frank, and its wound track into N, through N as in Nancy. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, this also represents 2 separate stab wounds. So Ms. Jennings had 2 stab wounds on the front of her chest. That's designated with the letter F. One of those wounds traveled through and was associated with a hole on her right upper back. Another stab wound, the second stab wound of F, just entered into her chest and did not come out her back.
Did those wounds involve any major organs or structures in Grace's body?
Yes, the wound F that also was associated with a wound on her right upper back injured her right lung, and she had a little bit of blood in her chest cavity and air in her chest cavity from that.
Okay. Why is it bad to have blood and air in your chest cavity?
Our lungs need certain pressures to be able to stay open. That's how we breathe. So when something enters the chest cavity like a wound, our lung can collapse, and that would make it very difficult for a person to breathe if an entire lung collapses.
Would this wound, F and the F to N, would these be fatal injuries?
They could be, yes.
Okay. And do you have an opinion as to whether these injuries were inflicted while she was alive or deceased?
I do favor that these 2 separate wounds, F, could certainly have occurred while she was alive. It's my opinion that it's most likely that that's what happened.
Okay. Is there anything else about these categories of injuries before we move on to G and associated wound track M?
No.
Okay, then let's talk about category G as in golf and M as in Mike.
G and M is 1 stab wound that is also associated with 2 holes on Ms. Jennings' body. So there was a sharp force hole on the skin of her upper back, and that connected to a small hole on the front of her right shoulder. And that wound was a sharp force injury. Yeah.
Are you able to say the entry and exit point for the wound tracks? For example, are you able to say that the whether it's a knife or sword, that the sharp instrument used entered through the back and exited the front, or vice versa?
For Ms. Jennings, perforating wounds, meaning the wounds that both entered and exited her body, this is the only wound that I can say the direction. The direction for this wound was back to front.
Thank you. Did this category, or did this stab wound, G to M, impact any major organs or structures in Grace's body?
It also injured her lungs.
And do you have an opinion on whether this was inflicted prior or after death?
This is one that is possible that it happened while she was alive.
Okay. Anything else about the G to M wound track that you would like the jury to know?
No.
Okay. Let's move on to category H. What was category H?
Category H was a very small cut on Miss Jennings' body that was located on her right arm, almost the front part of her right shoulder near the armpit.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on, you said it was a very small wound, but are you able to form an opinion on whether it was pre or post-mortem?
I can't be definitive about if this one occurred while she was alive or not, no.
Okay. Let's move on to category I, is in India. What is category I?
Category I represents multiple cuts on Miss Jennings' hand, on her right hand specifically. She had cuts on the front of her index and middle fingers. She had a cut on her palm near the base of her thumb, and she had a cut at the base of where her pinky is on her palm. She also had a cut on the side of her pinky. And so group I represents all of these hand cuts.
And for purposes of the record, you just held up your right hand and used your left index finger to demonstrate where those injuries were on your own hand.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have an opinion on whether these were pre or post-mortem?
These injuries occurred while Miss Jennings was alive.
And why do you say that?
The tissues were bloody and bruised in these areas, and that would only happen if her heart was pumping.
Let's move to group J, as in Juliet. What injury cluster or group is that?
Group J represents multiple cuts on Miss Jennings' left hand. Those were located on the front of her index, middle, and ring fingers. They were also located on her palm, and then she had a small cut on the back of her middle finger.
Do you have an opinion on whether those wounds were sustained while she was alive or deceased?
These cuts on her left hand were also while she was alive.
And why do you draw that conclusion?
The tissues were bloody, and so she had to have had a blood pressure.
Okay. Category K is in kilo. What injury or group of injuries fell into category K?
K is just a single cut or incised wound on the front of Miss Jennings' right knee.
Okay. Would that be a fatal injury?
No.
Okay. And do you have an opinion on whether that was sustained while alive or deceased?
This one was not extremely bloody, but it was very fatty, and so I think it's possible that this could have happened while she was alive or after she died.
Okay. We've talked about L, M, and N as it corresponds to the wound tracks, so let's go to group O as in Oscar. What is group O?
Group O is a cluster of 3 stab wounds on Miss Jennings' lower back. They were very close together, and these just entered her body and did not exit her body.
Okay. Did these injuries involve any important organs or structures within Grace's body?
They injured her spleen, which is one of the organs that lives in our abdomen. And then it also caused bleeding in the tissues around the spleen.
Okay. Did it injure any of her ribs?
Yes.
Can you please just explain that to the jury?
Yes, so just referring back to my report, some of the stab wounds of her chest, as well as these 3 stab wounds, would injure her ribs as a sharp object travels through the area. And so for this cluster group O, she had some injury to her left lower ribs of her left lower back.
Okay. Can you describe the wound tracks?
Yes, so for this cluster of 3 stab wounds on her lower back, the wounds entered through the tissues of her back, entered her abdominal cavity from behind, and then went between some of her ribs and cut her spleen and her diaphragm. That's the muscle that we use to breathe.
Would these injuries have been fatal?
They could have been.
And do you have an opinion as to whether these were sustained while alive or deceased? I may have asked you that already for this category. I apologize.
That's okay. You didn't, but I do favor that these occurred while she was alive, given the presence of bleeding in the tissues. And she also had some blood in her abdominal cavity.
Okay. Let's move to category P as in Papa. What was that category?
Category P is a cut or a slice of the left lower part of Miss Jennings' neck.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on whether that would have been pre or post-mortem?
This wound occurred after she had died.
And why do you say that?
Because this area would have been very bloody if it was injured while she was alive, and it wasn't.
Okay. Going to category Q. What did you observe that you classified as category Q?
Wound Q is just a single cut or incised wound on the back of her left shoulder that just injured the skin and the underlying fat.
Do you have an opinion on whether this was pre or post-mortem?
I favor that this occurred after she died, but I can't be definitive.
Going to category R as in Romeo. What injury was this?
R is a stab wound of Miss Jennings' right side of her belly, and that wound traveled into her abdominal cavity, injured her diaphragm, that breathing muscle, and also damaged her liver.
Could these injuries have been fatal?
Yes.
And were these injuries sustained pre or post-mortem?
I cannot say for sure one way or another for this wound. It's possible that she had been alive, but it's also possible that she hadn't.
Let's move to category S as in Sierra. What injury or category formed S?
S is a single slice wound or a cut of the back left portion of Miss Jennings' scalp on the back of her head.
Can you please gesture on your own body where that would be?
In the general area.
Okay. And you've just used your left hand to demonstrate kind of just above your ear line, further back on your head. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And what can you tell the jury about this injury?
This injury just injured the skin and the underlying tissues, and there was not a significant amount of associated bleeding. I do favor this occurred after she had died.
Okay. What was the state of her hair around that injury? Do you recall?
I don't recall off my recollection. I don't. Yeah.
We're going to look at the photos in a little bit. Will that help you remember?
It could, but we also shave the hair to see the wound, so it may not, but I'll try.
Thank you. I guess I should have asked that question, whether you altered the hair as part of your autopsy.
We did.
Going to category T as in Tango, what injury or injuries fell into category T?
Category T was another slice or a cut on the back of Miss Jennings' neck, kind of where our scalp will meet our neck.
Can you gesture on your body where that is? And you've just lifted up your hair and used your right hand to point almost directly in the back at the base of your skull. Is that fair? Yeah. All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't get a verbal answer.
Yes, thank you.
Do you have an opinion, or did this damage any structures or organs?
Just the tissues and skin.
And do you have an opinion as to whether category T is an injury that would have been inflicted pre or post-mortem?
This injury also occurred after she had died.
Let's go to category U. What is category U, the final category of injury?
U is a single slice or cut wound of Miss Jennings' back of her head. This was located on the right part of her scalp above her right ear.
And does this injury appear similar, kind of mirroring injury S?
Yes.
Okay. So there's kind of two slice wounds, one on each side of her head above her ears?
Yes.
Right. Would this injury have been inflicted pre or post-mortem?
This injury also occurred after she had died.
And that's because of the lack of bleeding in the tissues?
Yes.
So we've talked about a number of injuries and a number of ones that could or could not be fatal. Can you just explain to the jury how did Grace die? What was injured that led to her death?
So Miss Jennings had wounds on her hands, cuts on her hands that occurred while she was still alive. So she was in contact with a sharp object while her heart was beating. She had wounds of her head and neck that largely occurred after she had died, and she had wounds of her chest and back and abdomen that at least one of these had occurred while she was alive. She had blood in her abdominal cavity and some blood in her chest cavity, and that would really kind of only happen if she had been alive while she sustained these. So at least one of the wounds of her chest and abdomen caused her death.
And how specifically? Did she bleed out? Can you explain that to the jury?
Yeah, so Miss Jennings, first and foremost, had air in both of her chest cavities, so both of her lungs were collapsed. If that had occurred on either side of her chest, that could have caused her death, but it occurred on both sides of her chest, and so that certainly could have been fatal. Her lungs would not have been able to expand to allow her to breathe, especially in combination with injury to her diaphragm, that muscle that helps us breathe. She also had injury to her spleen, which was associated with some bleeding in the tissues nearby. So she did have some blood loss in the tissues at that area. And then she had a little bit of blood loss in her belly and her chest cavities.
Are you able to form an opinion on how long it would have taken Grace to die from the time that the fatal injuries were inflicted? How long from when the fatal injuries were inflicted until she would be dead?
Miss Jennings did not have any immediately fatal wounds, so it would have taken her at least a couple of minutes to die.
Thank you. Is there anything else you would like the jury to understand about the injuries before we view the injuries?
No.
I guess quickly, in terms of after your autopsy, did your office collect specimens that were sent for toxicology testing?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you receive the results of that toxicology testing from the state certified laboratory?
Yes,
Okay. And did you review those as part of your case?
I did.
Okay. And what specimen was analyzed, and what, if anything, resulted in the toxicology testing?
And just to clarify, it was not the state laboratory that performed this testing. It was another laboratory that we send all of our toxicology to, an accredited lab called NMS Laboratories.
Thank you. So, but it is an accredited lab that the Office of the Medical Investigator uses?
Yes.
Okay. And you rely on their test results as part of your expertise, right?
Us-
Forming expert opinions?
Yes, us and other medical examiners across the country.
So what specimens were analyzed, and what, if any, positive results came through?
Miss Jennings, we sent her blood and urine to this laboratory for testing. They did not detect any common drugs or alcohol in her blood at the time of death. They did detect cannabinoids. which is similar to marijuana in a lay term, in her urine only. So that was not present in her blood, but it was present in her urine.
What does the fact that it was present in her urine but not her blood tell you?
It means that that substance would have had no effect on her at the time of her death because it was not circulating in her body. She had used cannabinoids at some point, and it was now just sitting in her urine as it had passed through her body, her kidneys.
So in other words, Grace would have been sober at the time of death. Is that fair?
Yes, there was nothing detected in her blood.
Thank you. Dr. Helmrich, we've talked about photos taken in the course of this case. Have you had the opportunity to review some of the photos from your case today?
Yes.
Okay. And again, once those photos are taken during time of the autopsy, contemporaneously with the autopsy, are they edited or altered in any way prior to being uploaded to your system?
No.
Okay. And then shared with the state or the parties?
Correct.
Just refresh myself for a moment on which exhibit number I'm on.
82.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I just showed it to defense.
Yes.
Dr. Helmrich, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 82. Do you recognize what I'm holding in my hand?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 82?
This is a disc that I had reviewed the photos of yesterday and signed my name and dated the disc myself.
And do you recall approximately how many photographs are on this disc of State's 82?
I don't recall. It was less than 100.
Okay.
Yes, more than 10, less than 100.
Does 24 sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what are the photographs that are on this disc?
These are photographs taken at the time of Miss Jennings' autopsy.
Okay. And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict Grace's body as it appeared during the time of autopsy?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit State's 82.
Any objection to 82?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
82 is admitted. Counsel, approach before
Yes,
you
please.
publish, if that's what you're going to do next.
I'd like to talk a little bit about time of death. Are you able to form an opinion, well, first, what does it mean for someone to be pronounced dead and the pronounced time of death as it relates to your office?
The official pronounced time of death is very rarely ever the actual time that a person dies in the context of cases that we investigate at my office. It is simply the time that our investigator pronounced the person deceased at the scene. So they may have died sometime before, but then our investigator takes time to get there and pronounce. So it is usually delayed after the actual time of death.
So what is the date and time of her pronounced time of death, understanding that that's not when Grace actually died?
Yes, so referring to my report, Ms. Jennings was pronounced on October 29th, 2022 at 10:15 p.m.
And that would reflect when the Office of the Medical Investigator arrived at the scene and pronounced her himself.
Exactly.
Are you able to offer an opinion as to the actual time of her death when that would have occurred during, when that would have occurred.
Unfortunately, there's not a scientific way that I can do that accurately. Ms. Jennings did not have any changes of decomposition of her body, so she had not died days before, but I can't scientifically say an exact time that she had died.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to publish States 82.
Ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, the photographs that are about to be published are graphic in nature. So if you believe you'll have any difficulty viewing these, now is the appropriate time to leave. And then you can come back into the courtroom once we go through this part of the hearing. Okay, Ms. Murphy.
Your Honor. If I may just get a little bit of tech support to play them off the drive so they're not slow to load. Is it here? Yeah, I'll let you do it. Oh. So, Your Honor, the same images that are contained on 82 are contained and numbered the exact same way on states or on the state's drive. I'm looking at them now and have verified that they're the same. I'm just going to place 82 over here. And I should have asked before I admitted, you stated that these are a fair and accurate depiction of the way she looked after death. Have Grace's genitals and nipples been blurred in these photos?
Yes.
So let's start with image 1 of 24. All right. What can we see in image 1?
Here we're looking at Ms. Jennings' body after her clothing has been removed and her body has been washed. We have our OMI designator label beneath her belly button, and we can see that she has multiple sharp force injuries on her neck, her shoulders, and her chest.
Are these injuries later designated using like evidence markers that corresponded to your category of injury that you broke them down?
Yes, they're designated by the alphabetical letters.
Let's go to image 2. What can we see in image 2?
This is Ms. Jennings after we have washed her body, and we can see, again, multiple sharp force injuries on the back of her head, the back of her neck, and her back.
Those will be designated with evidence markers as well?
Yes.
And image 3?
We're looking at Ms. Jennings, the front of the lower part of her legs and her feet, and we can see one incised wound on the front of her right knee.
All right. Image 4, what can we see and what has been added to this image by you or your office?
Now we are viewing her neck, some of her neck injuries closer up. We have added the letter designators to each injury that we had discussed earlier.
And I see injury A, that designation, and you've determined that that is a postmortem injury?
Yes.
Okay. Injury B, down below that, and that one you designated as postmortem?
Yes.
Okay. And please correct me if I get that wrong on my notes.
Sure.
We can see below that D. And you designated that as postmortem?
Yes.
Okay. And E is visible as well?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified that E, or at least part of E, has a wound track that corresponds to the back, which would be L. Is that correct?
Yes, the part of E that is designated to the wound on the back is the wound we're seeing just above the letter E label.
And then the subsequent one below, is that visible in a different photo?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to image 5. What can we see in image 5?
Here we're looking at the left side of Miss Jennings' neck and her upper chest. We can still see wound D that we just looked at, but now we can also see wound C on the left upper part of her neck at the jawline. That's a stab wound.
And that stab wound, is it your opinion that that was either post-mortem or close in time to death? Or
Yes, exactly. This wound did not occur while her heart was fully pumping.
There are some other injuries that are visible in this. I think we can see G and I. Are there other images that depict those better, or would you like to speak to those now?
I believe there may be other images that show those better.
All right, let's go to image 6. What can you see in image 6?
Here we can again see stab wounds C and D on Ms. Jennings' neck that we just discussed. We can also see wound G. That is a very small wound that is connected to a larger wound on the right upper part of her back. We can also see 2 wounds designated by the letter F on the front of her chest. The upper wound of F connected to a wound on her upper back. The lower wound of F ended in her tissues. It did not exit her body.
Okay, and her nipples have been blurred out in this photo, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about G having a coordinating wound track. That would be M that enters on the back?
Exactly. G is where a sharp object came out of her body from another location on her back where it entered.
Going to image 7. What is depicted in image 7?
Here we're looking at the front part of Miss Jennings' left shoulder where it meets our left upper chest. These are the 2 stab wounds designated E. The upper wound above the label is associated with a wound on her left upper back. The wound to the right of both labels, just above her armpit, that entered into her left chest cavity and caused an injury to her left lung.
And I believe you stated that E had that coordinating track to wound L. Is there a close-up of L on her back that you're aware of?
Yes.
Go to image 8. Is that L?
Yes, L connects inside of her body to E on the front of her left shoulder.
Thank you. All right, going to image 9. What can we see in image 9?
Here we can again see stab wound D on the bottom of her neck. We can see that exit sharp force injury G on the front of her right armpit. And then we can also again see the 2 stab wounds F. And again, that upper one is associated with a defect on her back, and the lower one just goes into her tissues.
And the coordinating defect on the back that corresponded would be N as in November?
Yes.
Going to image 10, what can you see in this photo?
Here we're looking at Miss Jennings' back, specifically the right side of her back, and we can see multiple stab wounds on the upper middle part of her back to the left of the letter M. We can see that wound that is associated with the small wound G on the front of her right shoulder. That sharp object entered as M and exited as G. We can also see N on the right upper back. The wound to the left of that label N, that is associated, connects inside the body to one of those stab wounds on the front of her chest, designated F. And then we can also see O, that's located on her lower back. O is 3 stab wounds very close together that entered her abdomen.
Going to image 11, what can we see here?
What we're looking at in this photograph is the front of the chest. So after we make a Y incision, we have a rib cage that encases our lungs and protects our lungs. We have to take that rib cage off to see the lungs, and so that is the front of the rib cage after we have removed that from Miss Jennings' body. On this rib cage, which is the front of her chest, we can see multiple injuries caused by her stab wounds.
Can you please just identify the general location for those stab wounds?
Correct. So the left portion of this tissue is actually the front right portion of Miss Jennings' chest. The left side of this photo, the right side of this photo would be her left side of her chest. And so we can see a large hole on the front that is associated with that upper stab wound F that then connected to that injury on her right upper back N. We can also see bleeding on the surface. That would be the right lower surface of her chest cavity, her chest wall, and that has bleeding there. So that suggests to me that she likely had some blood pressure while she sustained that wound. That's that second stab wound, F, in the group of two. We also have a third injury here. This is on the right side of the image. There is a hole in her chest wall, and that is associated with that second stab wound, E, that was on the front of her left shoulder.
Thank you. Let's go to image 12, excuse me.
Here we're looking at the front right shoulder of Miss Jennings' body, and we can again see that wound G that is associated with that defect on her upper back. This is where a sharp injury came out of her body. And then we also have a small wound H that's on her right arm. It's possible that those two are connected. If something came out of G and then continued onward to poke her skin, H, that's a possibility.
Okay, so like if her right arm was kind of across her chest or something?
That could be one possibility, yeah.
Thank you. Let's go to image 13.
Here we're looking at just a close-up photograph of stab wound D before her body has been cleaned, and this is that stab wound of her lower neck that occurred after she had died.
Image 14.
Here we're looking at the palm of Miss Jennings' left hand. In this photo, we can see multiple cuts spanning across her index, middle, and ring fingers on the front of her left hand. These happened while she was alive. She also has a cut at the base of her thumb that we can see.
I can see that her hand appears bloody. Is this before the cleanup process of the autopsy?
Correct.
Image 15.
Here we're looking at a cut on the front of Miss Jennings' right knee.
And you stated that this one would not have been fatal, and you're not able to definitively say if this was pre or post-mortem?
Correct to both of those things, yes.
16.
Here we're now looking at Miss Jennings' back. Again, we're focusing on the left side of her back, and we can see again that wound M on her upper back that had entered here as M and exited as G on the front of her right shoulder. We also have another wound we have not seen yet. That is wound P. So just to the right of that label with the letter P is a very small, almost a puncture wound of her skin that did not damage anything other than her skin. And then we Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
We can also see a little bit of L on her left back. The label's cut off by this photo, but on the back of her left shoulder is L that is associated with that front E wound on the front of her shoulder.
Above P, we can see a partial injury. Is that injury depicted better in subsequent photos?
Yes.
Okay. What do we see in image 17?
In 17, we can see another injury now. This is wound Q. We're looking at the top of Ms. Jennings' left shoulder. And this was just a very small cut that only injured her skin.
Okay. Image 18, can you orient the jury to where we are on Grace's body and then what you can see in image 18?
We're looking at the lower right side of Miss Jennings' body. So her head and shoulders would be above this photo. Her legs and feet would be below this photo. Her back is on the left side of the photo, and then her belly is on the right side of the photo. So she's on a table face down, and we're looking at the right side of her body, specifically her hip and her belly.
And what evidence label do we see?
Here we have wound R. To the right of that label is a stab wound. This is the wound that injured her diaphragm and her liver.
This looks like a relatively small wound. Is it a significant wound?
Yes, this damaged her liver. And so, right, this may have been one of the wounds she sustained while she was still alive because she had blood in her abdominal cavity.
And I just clicked to image 19. Is this a close-up of R?
Yes.
Now let's go to image 20. What can we see here?
Here we're looking at Miss Jennings' liver after it has been removed from her body, and we can see a large cut on her liver. That is associated with that stab wound R we just saw on the right side of her belly.
How deep into Grace's body would this have had to, did the wound go, or the implement that created the wound go in order to make this injury?
It would have to have traveled at least through the fat that we have on our bellies, as well as through the tissues of that breathing muscle and the liver tissue itself. So it was pretty deep, yeah.
Going to image 21 of 24, what can we see here?
Here we're looking at the back of Miss Jennings' head. We're looking at the left back of her head, and we can see multiple injuries on her head and neck.
Okay, can you please speak with the jury about injury S, as in Sierra?
So S is on Miss Jennings' scalp behind her left ear. That's a slice or a cut that favors most likely postmortem. There was not as much bleeding into this tissue as I would expect for a person if they were alive when they sustained that.
And we can see that Ms. Jennings' hair has been shaved. You stated that the Office of the Medical Investigator did that?
Yes, the pathologist, Dr. DePasquale, under my supervision, did that. We have to shave the hair of individuals to see injuries and classify injuries, so that's part of our autopsy.
This injury almost looks like it has a hook shape. Can you explain why it's not a hook shape?
So there's a very small piece of skin that's attaching together, almost like a bridge of skin between two pieces of skin. And this can be seen if skin is sliced, but not sliced all the way through. So there's still a small attachment at the bottom.
So the blade would have gone kind of along the side of her scalp and underneath that flap we kind of see.
That could certainly explain that, yeah.
Going to image 22.
Here we're looking at another slice or cut that occurred after Miss Jennings had died. This is on the back of her neck, mostly involving the right back of her neck.
23.
We can again see wound S, that right behind her right ear. And I believe I misspoke. I apologize. S is on the left side of her head. T is on the right. So S on the left, T on the right, and then we have P, that very small wound that's on her upper back that just injured her skin.
And T would have been inflicted after she was deceased.
Yes.
Are you able to say whether the injury to T would be inflicted with one swing or more than one swing or slice or stabs of an object? Are you able to multiple attempts in that area or offer any opinion on the number of stabs or slashes or swings?
It's possible it was just one, and it's possible it was more.
Going to image 24, our final image.
Here we can see, again, that wound T we just discussed on the back of her neck, mostly on the right back of her neck. We can see a new wound U. That's another slice on her right scalp above her right ear. And then we can also see a stab wound under her right jawline. All of these wounds happened after she had died.
Thank you. We can turn off those photos. Given the depth of the and the penetrating nature of the injuries that Grace sustained, are you able to offer an opinion as to whether these injuries are consistent with the use of a long blade, such as a sword?
Specifically, the wounds that both entered and exited her body, that would have had to have been a long blade to sustain those. The other stab wounds that only entered her body, it can be difficult to say. Wound R that was on her right body into her liver, that would have been a longer blade. I can say that for that one.
Thank you. Are you able to offer an opinion on the amount of time that it would take an individual to inflict, or individuals, a person or persons, to inflict this number of injuries given the distribution and multitude of directions?
It would not be immediate. That's what I can say.
And you said it would have taken minutes from the onset of the fatal injuries for her to have been deceased?
Yes.
Okay. Would the injuries to her lungs have made it difficult or impossible to talk or yell?
Not necessarily. It would have made it difficult for her to breathe.
And you stated that your opinion as to cause and manner of death is what?
Cause of death is sharp force injuries, and manner of death is homicide.
A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Helmrich. Your Honor, I'll pass the witness as I gather my things. May I return the questions?
Yes. How is everyone in the jury box doing? Do we need a break, or are you ready to continue? We'll continue then. We'll have cross-examination. Counsel, please come up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Doctor.
Hi.
I just wanted do you guys mind if I close this?
No.
You had said you testified about 40 times?
Yes.
Are those all here in New Mexico?
One time was in Arizona, but the rest have been in New Mexico. Yeah.
And going back to what year, if you remember?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Oh, since I've been tracking?
Yes.
I would say probably around 2020 would have been the first time I had a jury trial.
Okay.
Or hearing, yeah.
Gotcha. So this won't take me long. Again, Ms. Murphy has to do the hard part, and so I'll get you through this pretty quickly. There's a couple areas I want to cover. First, it sounds like there was 7 wounds total on the head and neck. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And 10 on the torso?
I would have to refresh my
Please do.
recollection.
Yeah,
Thank
please
you.
do.
There were 9 wounds on the torso.
And then it sounds like 1 on the right arm.
Yes, if we're not counting the right shoulder, 1 on the right arm. Yes.
Okay, when you say not counting the 1 on the shoulder, is that part of the torso? Are you counting, is it part of the 9 on the torso?
I do, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so, and then 2 on the hands, 1 on each hand?
There's multiple ways we can count those, right? So we can count the multiple slices across the fingers as 1 wound, or we could count them as 3. But if we're counting the slice across multiple fingers, she had, as 1 wound, she had 7 total incised wounds on her hands. Both hands.
Both hands.
Yeah.
And then the 1 on her knee?
Yes.
Right? Okay, so 14, 9, 23, 7. So 31 total. That's my math.
Let me do my math. I'm getting 27.
27 to 31, okay. We'll go with your math, 27.
Sounds good.
And together, all of these wounds are lethal. So if they were all inflicted at the same time, that entire infliction would probably cause her death in and of itself.
Well, certainly some of the wounds on their own could have caused her death by themselves, but yes, generally speaking, when things are occurring at, may be occurring at the same time, we lump them together as a cause of death.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll go through the ones that could, in and of themselves, cause death. You kind of did, but we'll just recover those. So let's just do that now. How about wound C? Could wound C have been lethal in and of itself?
That's one of the wounds that occurred after she had died, so no.
But if that wound would have occurred to her before, like pre-mortem, could that have killed her?
So hypothetically, if that wound happened while she was alive, which it did not, that one could have caused death on its own.
And wound D, could that have been lethal in and of itself as well?
Yes, but again, that happened after she died. But that one certainly would have caused her death.
Okay. Yeah. And that one went into the neck about 2.5 inches, right?
Yes. Let me double check that.
I think you used centimeters. I had to do a conversion.
Yes, I am not familiar with the conversion without a calculator, but 6.1 centimeters was how deep that was.
And the unlabeled wound that's on the left shoulder, that to me, after your direct testimony, sounds like it's actually one of the 2 E's. Is that right?
Exactly. E is a group of 2 stab wounds. So I when I testified, I said both of those were E. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And the one that's on lower, could that one have been fatal in and of itself?
If it happened while she was alive, yes.
And you had testified that wounds F and N are connected in the body.
Yes.
Kind of like a blade may have gone through to connect them.
Yes.
But in this instance, am I understanding that you can't tell the entrance and the exit part?
Exactly. For that wound, I cannot say where a sharp object entered or exited. It's not like a gunshot wound where I can determine entrance and exit. Sharp force injuries are not that way. Yeah.
So with gunshot wounds, the bullet travels through the body and it brings tissue with it, right?
No,
Well, okay, so it makes the tissue point in a certain direction as it's traveling through the body?
no.
So how can you tell with a bullet?
The features on the skin surrounding the wound, a bullet will scrape the skin as it goes in. So if there's a scrape on the skin, I can say that's an entrance usually. And if it comes out, it will not scrape the skin. So that's how I know it's an exit for a bullet.
So you have kind of an indention and then an explosion on the other side, is that what you're saying? More or less?
Sure.
Okay, and you can't tell just with this one?
Correct. There's a blade entering a body can be bigger where it enters, or it can be bigger where it exits. There's no way to say.
So let me ask your opinion. Did a blade go through her body at that point? Whether it was back to front or front to back, it doesn't matter.
Yes, talking about wound F to N, that's the wound on her front chest and then her right upper back. A sharp object traveled through her body.
And do you know, she looks a little thin in the pictures. And in fact, I think in your report, she was 56 kilograms.
She was about 111 pounds.
111 pounds,
Yes.
okay. And how tall is she?
Around 5 feet 9 inches.
Okay, so I think you indicated, or was it Dr. Pasquale who did the original report?
Dr. Di Pasquale performed the examination,
Di Pasquale.
wrote the report. I reviewed and certainly edited the report, and I signed the report.
Okay.
Yes.
In the report, it indicates, there's an indication that Miss Jennings is underweight.
She was underweight, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And was there a measurement taken of how thick her abdomen actually is?
No, that's not a measurement that we routinely take from the exam.
Okay, so, but it had to be a long blade to get through that entire body.
Yes.
Now, wounds GNM, it sounds like you could determine the entrance and exit on that.
I could only because one of those wounds was so small, almost like a puncture wound. It would be impossible for there to be a puncture and then a large wound if it enters through a puncture. That'd be highly unlikely. So
I got you, okay. And, but that is a through and through.
yes, it is.
So that, it's hard for me to tell, well, what direction? Did it go up or down or left or right or both?
So the wound that we're referring to is wound M on the upper back that exited out the front right shoulder as G. That was back to front and left to right. I don't believe there was significant upwards or downwards. Yeah.
Well, okay, that's pretty long travel area, left to right,
Yes.
all the way from the left side of her body to the right side of her body is where it kind of came out?
Well, the entry point was on the middle of her back,
Okay.
but the exit point was on her right shoulder. So that's still left to right.
And it's still quite a long wound track.
Yes, it traveled through her body.
Yeah, okay. And then the wounds that are labeled, oh, well, let me go back to GNM. Was that one of the ones that in and of itself could be fatal?
Yes.
And then with regard to the wounds that are labeled O, am I to understand that there's 3 stab wounds there?
Yes.
And could any of those been fatal in and of themselves, or would it require all 3?
So it could have been all 3, but wound O may have caused death in and of itself. It would not have been a quick death. That would have taken some time.
Okay, and what part of the body was that?
Those stab wounds were on her lower back, and they traveled through her left lower ribs and made a small cut on her spleen. And then there was associated bleeding in the tissues near her spleen.
And then wound R, sounds like it was on the hip, kind of, the entrance.
Above her hip on the right side of her belly.
And that one could have been fatal in and of itself?
That's possible, yes.
Okay, so to me, it seems like there's about 7 that could have been fatal in and of themselves if they were done before she died.
The ones we discussed, yes.
Yes, okay. And you had talked about in categories I and J that those are possible defensive wounds?
I don't believe I said that, but they are cuts on her hands.
Okay.
Yes, they
Could
are.
they be defensive wounds?
They could.
And could you describe to the jury what a defensive wound is?
A defensive wound is a wound that's sustained while a person is trying to defend themselves against an attacker.
And so how do they get the wound when they're trying to defend themselves?
So hypothetically, in a scenario where a person is being attacked by a sharp object, the person may put their hands up to try to block that sharp object from touching other parts of their body. They may try to grab that sharp object to stop it from entering their body. Those are a couple possibilities.
Okay, thank you. And the wounds that traveled across her fingers, which hand was that?
Both hands.
Both hands, so you think that could be from grabbing a blade?
I cannot make any determination about her behaviors because I only examined her after death, but that's possible that a person trying to grab a blade could get that. That's one of many possibilities.
Okay. And just to be clear, I'm not going to ask you to act on her, or to give me an opinion on her behavior or anybody else's behavior.
Perfect.
I'll just stay away from that.
Thank you.
So given the amount of what these possible these wounds that you are classifying as possibly defensive, given the amount of them that there are, could that indicate a pretty serious struggle?
That's asking me to make an inference on behavior.
Is it? Okay. I apologize for that. Let me try to think of a way to put it so it doesn't involve behavior. Could that indicate a rapidly, let's think of a rapidly escalating chaotic scene?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Well, she's an expert. I think she can speculate.
Is the question within your expertise?
It's still asking me to comment on behavior. Chaos is a behavior, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about an escalating situation?
I cannot make any comment about the circumstances leading up to her death in terms of behaviors.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You had talked about shooting a few minutes ago, and I'm guessing you've done quite a few shooting cases, right?
Yes.
And in those types of cases, you're able to give different distances, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. What types of distances can you give in shooting cases?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Your Honor, it's relevant because I want to compare it to what's going on here.
Approach the bench. Counsel, you may proceed. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Your Honor. Well, let's just talk about incise wounds. In order for a person to inflict an incise wound on another person, they got to be close to them.
Not necessarily.
It depends on how long the blade is.
That's one of the variables.
What other variables are there?
If I throw a knife at another person from a distance, I could inflict an incised wound.
With this many wounds, do you think a person would have to be close?
It certainly could be consistent with close contact, this many wounds, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, with regard to, when you were talking about blood pressure earlier, that was a nice analogy, by the way, with the faucet and being the heart.
Thank you.
I never thought of it that way, and that works good. But with regard to Miss Jennings, when she came into y'all's custody, when she got into the lab, there was still blood on her body, right?
Yes,
And there was still blood in her cavity.
a little bit, yes.
So it would be fair to say that she was probably bleeding at some point in time during this attack?
Yes,
Okay. And since she's bleeding at some point in time during that attack, then that faucet's on, right?
correct.
So
To
there's-
bleed, you have to have a pressure,
Okay,
yes.
so there is pressure. And that pressure can cause blood to come out of the body at a rate that's higher than just gravity.
It depends on what's injured.
Okay, but blood can come out?
Yes, if a large blood vessel is injured, it can. It doesn't always, but it's possible.
And you saw the pictures, the blood came out, right?
I saw that there's blood at the scene.
Okay. And so you saw that there's blood at the scene, so you don't talk to anybody else about whose blood it was or where the blood was found? You just know there was a lot of blood there?
I didn't say a lot of blood, but yes, there
I'm
is
sorry.
blood at the scene, and I saw that from the photos, and I did not speak with anybody about the amount
Okay.
in terms of law enforcement or anything like that. No.
Thank you for correcting me. You're catching me. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
I
Okay?
don't think you are either. I just
Okay.
want to be accurate.
All right. And I appreciate the accuracy. It shows you're a scientist. Okay, so she could be bleeding. That blood could have got on somebody's clothing, right?
Possible, yes, sure.
Okay. Okay, we talked a few minutes ago about her height and her weight, and that she might have been a little bit underweight. So, just let me ask you this straightforward. Is it hard for you to tell how much force it would take to cause these types of injuries?
It's impossible for me to do that, yes.
Okay. And what are some of the factors that makes it impossible? Or all of them?
Because I'm examining a person after they have died, I'm viewing everything stationary with no movement. So I don't know how strong anybody is. I don't know the position that the decedent is in when they sustain the injuries. I don't know how long it took them to sustain the injuries. All of these are variables in determining that.
Okay, but based on just size alone of a person that you're looking at, if you have a bodybuilder, would it be harder to inflict these types of wounds on a bodybuilder than it would on Ms. Jennings?
Not necessarily. For example, if the bodybuilder's intoxicated, or I can think of other variables that would make that not necessarily true.
Okay, Ms. Jennings wasn't intoxicated in this case.
She wasn't.
Now, with regard to the wound that was on the back of her neck, you had stated that it was possible that it was more than one, I guess, incise wound? Was that the word you used? I don't want to use the wrong word. I was going to say,
It is an incised wound, yes.
okay, so it's possible that it was more than one incise wound on that?
Correct. It's impossible for me to say if two cuts or two slices are made in the same area. It would look the same to me on my exam, so that's why I said that.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, okay. I just want to, I'm going to ask you a couple of these questions that you get all the time. So with regard to the 5 types of manners of death in New Mexico, what are they again?
Natural, accident, suicide, homicide, undetermined.
Okay. And homicide is not a legal conclusion, right?
Correct.
It's just the manner of death.
It's a medical opinion.
Okay.
Yes,
I just wanted to clear that up, and I'm sure you get that all the time.
I do.
Okay. And then you get these questions about force and direction all the time, right?
Yes,
And that's because you don't, it's not your job to work with the investigators to find this stuff out, right?
correct. My job is to determine the cause and manner of death.
Yeah, you're the boss as far as the cause and manner of death goes.
Legally, yes.
So you don't get these questions until you get into court like this, and you have attorneys like me asking you these crazy questions, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So I apologize if I'm going all over the place, but that's just kind of the nature of the job.
I understand.
And with regard to the fingernail clippings, it sounds like Miss Jennings came in with some bags on her hands.
She did.
Can you explain to the jury why?
When our investigator goes to a scene of a death, brown paper bags, like a sandwich bag that we put a sandwich in for lunch, those bags are placed over a person's hands and then taped at the wrists. That is to preserve any possible evidence that may be on the hands so that doesn't get lost during transport.
And do you know who trains the people to bag the hands?
I do.
You do. How often do you do it?
No, I do know who does it.
Oh. Who does it?
We have a supervisor of investigations, and we also have a field supervisor of investigations. That would have been that person.
Okay. And when you received Miss Jennings over at OMI, did those bags seem to be applied properly?
I don't recall that they weren't.
Okay.
Yeah.
You would have noted it on your report if they weren't?
I would have, yes.
Okay. And then, so why do you take fingernail clippings?
It's part of our routine evidence collection that we do on any possible homicide, and it's just what law enforcement, what we have historically done to send to law enforcement.
Okay, and do you know what law enforcement does with it?
They look for DNA of another person on the fingernails of the deceased individual.
And do you know how that DNA might get there?
Contact.
Okay. What do you mean by contact of the fingernail on the other person?
Or contact of the other person on the fingernail. Yeah,
Either
those
way.
two things touched. Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I just need a second, if I may. Doctor, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26. There you go. I don't know if you can tell. Okay, I got to back this out a little bit. I don't want to mess this up on the head.
There's a scroll wheel on top of the camera.
Oh, right there where it says zoom. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, again, this is State's Exhibit 26, and as you can see, this is backwards, so it's going to be a little bit difficult for me. Right here, does this look like a scratch to you?
I won't comment on injuries on individuals I did not examine myself.
Okay, if it was a scratch, we'll just speak hypothetically. If this was a scratch and you were looking for, or you clipped fingernails from a person in order to find DNA from this person, is that why you would do that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
She is an expert. She can answer a hypothetical.
Relevant to her admission as an expert.
Okay. The fingerprint, as a forensic, okay. The fingernails are used to determine if there's DNA underneath them, correct?
That's my understanding, but I'm not involved in the testing of them.
Okay. And
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
And it could come from scratches, skin to skin, or fingernail to skin contact.
That's a reason. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And just real quick, I was curious about the liver wound. That was a pretty big incise wound that went there.
I would say so.
Did it hit the hepatic nerve? Is that why it's
The
possibly fatal?
So we have nerves all along the
I'm sorry, the hepatic artery.
It did not hit the hepatic artery.
Okay.
Yes.
But it was deep enough to cause a fatality?
Right. Our liver can bleed, and it also, that same wound also injured her diaphragm.
Okay. And how many post-mortem wounds were there total?
I will have to refer to my report to
Please.
count that correctly for you.
Thank you.
So all of the wounds on her head and neck were post-mortem. So that included the 4 slices, 1 on the right side of her head, 1 on the left side of her head, 1 on her back, the back of her neck, and then she had another slice on her right upper neck. Those 4 slices were after she died. She also had 3 stab wounds on her neck, 1 on her left jawline, 1 on her bottom, and then 1 on her right at the mid-neck. Those 3 stab wounds were post-mortem. So that's 7 total injuries post-mortem on her head and neck. Any of the wounds on her torso could have happened while she was alive.
Okay. And you had testified during your direct testimony that it might take a couple of minutes for her to die?
It would have taken at least a couple minutes to die, yes.
Okay. Sometimes a couple of minutes means 4, sometimes it means 2. Can you give us your definition of a couple?
I can't, because I don't know, and I don't want to say the wrong thing. We can't take 100 people and give them these stab wounds and start a timer and see how long it takes to die. We make our best guesses off of what's injured, and a couple minutes is the best I can give you.
But it's plural minutes?
Yes, I do believe it would have taken more than 1 minute for her to die.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, do you mind if we run 30 seconds off the clock?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want to approach on this, sir?
Yes. Objection sustained. Counsel, move on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so let me narrow it down then. A couple minutes to die, and then 7 wounds after that couple minutes.
After her heart stopped beating, yes. Yeah.
I have a couple of, and I apologize, I have a couple of random questions here that I wrote down. Which one of the wounds was back to front? That was G and,
M on the back,
Okay.
G on the right front shoulder.
all right. And was there any that you could determine that were front to back?
All of the other perforating wounds, I could not give a direction. That one was an exception, again, because of how very small that one wound was.
Okay. May I have just a second, Your Honor?
Yes.
Based on your training and knowledge, are you able to quantify the amount of blood Grace may have lost? Or is that possible?
No, I was not at the scene.
Okay. And like you would have to be at the scene, period. You can't guess how much blood a body of that size may be holding and how much is missing, and you don't weigh it.
There's no way for me to do that, no, even if I had gone to the scene, to be honest. Yeah, I can't quantitate based off a puddle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Judge. Just picking up where defense just left off. In the scene photos, you see blood up on the kind of top back part of the bed. Do you recall seeing that?
I saw spots of fluid there. Yeah, without being there, I can't confirm that's blood, but yes, I did see that.
A red-brown substance that could be consistent with blood.
Yes.
And then did you see pictures of where Grace's body was discovered and then what was underneath Grace's body after her body was removed?
I did.
Okay. And was there a kind of a puddle of a red-brown substance that could be consistent with blood there?
There was a puddle of blood under her, yes.
Are you able to say whether that blood that was underneath Grace's body could be consistent with seepage after she had died, as opposed to active bleeding while alive or dying?
I can't. I don't have that training to interpret blood patterns. There wasn't anything that looked like spray from like a large artery open wound, but again, I did not go to the scene. I'm not trained to determine anything other than that. Yeah.
And then we saw in the beginning of Grace's autopsy photos that her body is somewhat contorted. Do you know what I mean by that? There's some limbs that are kind of bent.
Yes.
Are you able to draw any conclusions on the positioning in which she would have died?
No.
Okay. Could those body contortions just be related to how her body was positioned after she was deceased and then remained until OMI removed her?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you explain how long, I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Can you explain why Grace's body could appear contorted in those beginning autopsy photos?
Just to be clear, are you referring to photos taken at the time of autopsy?
I am.
That could be due to a process called rigor mortis or stiffening of the muscles after death. That can keep some things bent or flexed after death.
Okay. So based on that, are you able to opine or offer an opinion as to her body positioning at time of death at all?
Objection, Your Honor. She's not qualified for this.
I'm asking if she can offer that opinion.
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained.
And your opinion was that it would take a couple of minutes to die and the postmortem injuries would not have been immediate. Is that correct?
Are you asking if the postmortem injuries would have been immediate to inflict?
Yes.
That would have taken, right, that would not have been instant to do that, no.
Nothing further, Your Honor. We'll reserve this witness out of an abundance of caution.
Okay. You're being held in reserve, so don't discuss your testimony with any other witnesses. Don't seek out any other information about the case. The attorneys will stay in touch with you to let you know if you need to come back to testify.
I understand. Thank you.
You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our noon break. I have a hearing at 1:15, so I'm going to ask you to come back at 1:30. Where do you want to meet them? Okay, same place as this morning, on the second floor, on the northeast corner by the big windows. And Angel will meet you there. Again, leave your notes with the bailiff. Don't speak to anyone about the case. Don't seek out any information about the case during our lunch recess. We're in recess.
All rise.
Oh, it's 2 hours. We started at 10. Oh, they're down.
All right, counsel, if you'd be back at a quarter after, we'll open up the doors and let you in. Anything you leave in here is going to be locked in during the lunch hours. So if you need your laptops or anything else, take them with you now.
Did you say 1:30?
Okay, let's go back on the record. We reconvene in State versus Apodaca with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present outside the hearing in presence of the jury. Was informed there's an issue we need to address. Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know that we need to address it in full at this moment, but I wanted to alert the court. So as the court's aware, throughout the case, we've been regularly monitoring the defendant's jail calls. And after the first day of trial, he called his mother. We received that call yesterday morning and disclosed it to defense yesterday. We received 2 more calls to his mother from last night, this morning, and I believe have since uploaded those. Okay, we are in the process of uploading those. What I can proffer to the court based on a quick review of those calls is that he appears to be violating the rule of exclusion and discussing some of the ongoings in the courtroom, including yesterday some of the evidence that was admitted. There's some coded references to the testimony of Lanny McCauley and a number of issues of related to activities within the courtroom. Again, some of it's somewhat coded or in shorthand, but there is active discussion related to evidence that was referred to or introduced yesterday. There's discussions about her upcoming testimony and things that he is.
Who's her?
His mother, Linda Montoya. As you're aware, defense has said that they would be recalling her in their case. She's still, and we had reserved her, and the court admonished her she wasn't allowed to talk about her testimony with anyone. Defendant, of course, has been present throughout the trial, hearing you admonish all witnesses. And so it appears that he has actively been violating the rule of exclusion, and she has been participatory in that violation. It's not ripe at this time. I'm not sure if defense intends to recall her, but should they, we will likely be seeking her exclusion. And we would ask for the court to consider additional remedies as it relates to the defendant, and that would include an admonition not to have any further contact with his mother during the trial, and the court consider a elimination of phone privileges for the duration of the trial.
Counsel, I know you haven't heard all of the recordings. Have you reviewed the one recording that was referred to?
No, Judge. I will. Was it disclosed with CMS? Or?
Well, it's a recording, so it would have been through Axon yesterday's?
I didn't get a notification of that or anything, so this is kind of surprising to me. We were actually talking about Linda Montoya during lunch. We're likely not calling her back. But so it's maybe a non-issue here, but if we do, I need to listen to this jail call or these jail calls to know what the state is referring to. We've honest the defendant. We've told him not to be communicating with anybody who's a witness. I need to just.
She has a prohibition as well.
Well, she has a prohibition as well. I understand that, Judge, and I talked to we've told the defendant not to be communicating with witnesses in this case. I need to listen to those jail calls to see what the state is referring to. But right now we're leaning towards not calling Ms. Montoya, but calling Mr. Apodaca. That's where we're moving.
Okay. And again, you don't have to make those decisions, but 2 things. One is make sure you provide and make available the, I guess now 3 calls that you've referred to, and also to make sure that we don't have any other potential for tamper. Counsel prepare an order suspending his phone privileges, and we'll get that issued and sent to the jail when they take him back today.
Yes, Your Honor. The other issue, the state doesn't take a position on this. I just want the court to be aware as the person in charge of the courthouse as it relates to this case. Ms. Montoya came to the courthouse yesterday and was seen anointing a large amount of courthouse, the doorways, some of the objects in the hallway with an oil and the sign of the cross. Those crosses are visible at some points in the hallway. My staff saw her do it. We don't take a position on that, but.
Did she mark the building with a cross, or was she just?
No, the building, so the 2 entry doors here.
Yes.
Have oil cross marks on them.
Okay.
I know at least a member of staff noticed one of the benches in the hallway. again, I just felt that the court should be aware. We don't.
So Judge, I will tell you this, I don't know if there's gonna be some evidence that plays out in the next few days that could make it necessary for us to call Ms. Montoya to clarify something, but if the hypothetical, if the trial were to end today, like, our plan would not be to call Ms. Montoya. So 95% chance that we're not gonna be calling Ms. Montoya back unless something changes through testimony or evidence, that would make it necessary for us to call her.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what is going to happen with respect. So, yeah, if there's, I mean, my concern would be primarily if the jury saw her doing something like that, either in the building or in the courtyard outside of the building. They know who she is. She's already testified once before them, and both sides have reserved her for potential recall. So I'm not going to take any action. I mean, we've had people burn sage smudge sticks outside and, ground cornmeal. I mean, things like that happen. But my concern is the impact it might have on the jury if they observe anything like that with respect to her testimony, which is outside of or her activity outside of the courtroom that they may be able to observe.
Judge, is it okay, based on this, I could just have a conversation right now in private with Mr. Apodaca? Briefly, probably less than 5 minutes.
Yes, but he's not going to be talking to her anymore. So, I mean, if
May not be material, I understand, but I do.
if you want to talk to him, that's fine. Let him talk in the back for a couple minutes.
And Your Honor, can that order also reflect a suspension of tablet messages? He communicates via essentially text message with his mother through tablets.
Yes.
All right.
Where else directed?
Someone has one. defense is asking to speak with me.
Oh, I'm sorry. We want to oppose the state's order.
I haven't seen it yet, but
Well,
you can look at the
what-
text.
What the state want, or as far as excluding the calls.
Yeah, we're gonna, prepare the order, let, council see it and submit it.
Yes.
Okay, our jury's in the back, ready to go. Anything else before we call them in and get started?
No, nothing else, Judge.
Nothing for defense.
Okay, we're in recess until the jury comes in. And have your first.
What's that?
May be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back on the record. Who is your next witness, counsel?
Jeffrey Smith, Your Honor.
Sir, if you'd face me and raise your right hand, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. See, you have some kind of notes or documents with you. Don't refer to those unless you're directed to by counsel. If you'd begin by stating your name for our record and spelling it for us, please.
My name is Jeffrey Smith, Jeffrey Smith.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I am a forensic scientist with the New Mexico Department of Public Safety here in the Santa Fe lab.
All right. And how long have you been with the Department of Public Safety?
I started with DPS in 2014. I left at the end of 2019 where I was the supervisor of the Albuquerque Police Department latent print section. And I came back in 2020 because COVID blew up the world.
All right. And is that sort of how much experience you have in as a forensic scientist, or do you go back before 2000? Did you say 2014?
I began my career in 1987 with the Sacramento Police Department. I was there a little over 13 years. Excuse me. I accepted a position with the Lakewood, Colorado Police Department as their latent print unit supervisor. I was there for 5 years when I left to take a position as a contractor for the Department of Defense, and I was in Iraq for approximately 2.5 years where I ran the latent fingerprint lab at Camp Fallujah. I came back, went to work for a Denver Police Department for approximately 2 years, and then I left as an independent contractor and worked as a subcontractor for Ron Smith and Associates at the Houston Police Department for 4 years. And then when that contract ran out is when I came to New Mexico.
All right. And what sort of educational background do you have?
I have a bachelor's degree from California State University, Sacramento, and I've had a multitude of specialized training in crime scene examination and processing, latent print processing, and latent print examination.
All right. And do any of those trainings offer, or do you have any sort of certifications or certificates?
Because of my experience at the time, I was qualified to take the International Association for Identification's latent print certification test, which I passed and have maintained since 1992. Yes, 1992.
All right. So for your job, is there a minimum educational requirement that you have to have?
I believe so. I think you have to have a bachelor's degree at a minimum, but I'm not certain because it changed within the last few years, I believe.
Okay. And do you have to participate in any sort of, continuing education or anything like that?
Our lab is accredited to an international standard, and as part of that standard, continuing education is required. Continuing education is also required for me to maintain my certification.
Okay. And have you ever testified as an expert witness before?
I have.
Do you know how many times?
In excess of 100.
Okay. And in what field or what discipline have you testified?
I've testified and been recognized as an expert in crime scene investigation, latent print examination, 10 print examination, and that occurred in California, Colorado, Texas, New Mexico, and I've had 2 sworn statements accepted in lieu of in-person testimony in the Central Criminal Court of Iraq.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, the state would offer Mr. Smith as an expert in latent print examination.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
He is so received and allowed to express his opinion in that area.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk a little bit about what some of this stuff is that we're going to talk about. So what is a latent print?
On the palms of your hands, your fingers, the soles of your feet, you have a type of skin that's called friction ridge skin. It's raised skin that allows you to grip things and hold on to things, except for maybe your feet. You don't really grip with your feet, but because of the uniqueness of that skin, which forms prior to birth, maintains its structure throughout your life, except for size due to growth, and it always, when you shed your skin, comes back exactly the same, except for permanent scarring. The friction ridge skin on your fingers forms patterns. There are 3 types of patterns: loops, whorls, and arches. And the friction ridge skin itself has ridge characteristics, which there are 3 basic types. For example, a ridge will go and stop, an ending ridge. A ridge will go and split into 2, a bifurcation, or there will be a dot. Self-explanatory, it's a dot. We use those characteristics. I'm probably not answering your question anymore, am I?
You are.
Okay. We use those ridge characteristics and their spatial relationship to one another to allow us to determine source when we are doing comparisons.
Okay. And when you're doing a comparison, do you have to have an inked or a known print to compare something to?
We do compare to a known set of standards. I don't know. People get printed for various reasons throughout their life. Those known standards, because we know where they came from, are used as the exemplars. The latent impressions that we come across on items, they're unknown to us. We don't know where they occurred, how they were left on an item. So we have unknowns, latents, or knowns, or exemplars.
Okay, so when you're making that comparison, how do you do it?
Well, sometimes I use a magnifying glass. A lot of times nowadays, because when we capture friction ridge skin or latent prints on items, we use digital cameras. So we do everything digitally on a computer screen. So I will take my unknown, my latent print, and I will analyze it to see if there's enough information there for me to make a determination. At the Department of Public Safety, we have basically 2 conclusions. We have identification, we know who the source, or we have exclusion. It is not the person we're comparing. On occasion, there is a 3rd conclusion, which we call inclusion, exclusion. We can't make a source determination. We can't make an elimination because we don't have enough information either from the unknown, the latent, or the known standards.
Okay. And is there ever time that you have to use another tool, maybe not a magnifying glass, in order to visualize a print?
A lot of times now, everything we do is digital, so it's on a computer screen. So we use Photoshop program to enlarge images. We can put the latent and the known side by side, because what we're looking for when we're making comparisons is correspondence. The characteristics I mentioned before, the 3 characteristics, and their spatial relationship to one another, we're looking for that in the known. When, for example, I have a bifurcation facing down, the corresponding ridge going up ends, so I have a characteristic of a bifurcation going down, a characteristic of an ending ridge going up. 3 ridges away, I have a bifurcation going up. I'm looking for that spatial relationship of all the ridge characteristics contained in the unknown, and I'm looking for the correspondence in the known. That is how we can determine source.
Okay, so in looking at, I guess, a finger or a palm, something like that, if I had cleaner glasses, I might be able to see something within that. Are those the ridges that you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with DPS case number 22-3858?
Yes.
All right. And did you receive items for this case in order to test for latent prints?
I did.
Do you know what items you received in this case to test?
5, 6, and 9.
All right. And are those all of the items that you received?
No. Can I refer to my report?
Any objection?
No. Sorry, Your Honor, no objection.
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
5, items 5, 6, 12, 9, 11, and 15.
Okay. So let's just start with number 5. What was item number 5?
Item number 5, which was agency item number 15, was a sword with reddish brown stains and what I suspected to be hairs.
All right. And item number 6. What was item number 6?
It was the sheath to the sword.
And how about, do you have items 12-1 and 12-2?
Yes.
What were those?
A dagger and its corresponding sheath.
What about item number 9?
Item 9 was inked finger and palm print standards bearing the name Kiara McCulley.
And is there a date of birth that was corresponded with that?
12/4/2002.
What about item number 11?
Inked finger and palm print standards bearing the name Isaac Apodaca, date of birth 12/19/1996.
And finally, lab item number 15. What was that?
Post-mortem inked fingerprint standards bearing the name Grace Jennings, date of birth 8/22/2001.
Would you tell the jury a little bit about the process? How did you get those items?
Well, this case was assigned to me by my supervisor, which is typical. And then I look at the assignment, I see which items I need to request. I submit a request to our evidence section, who receives the evidence from submitting agencies, stores it in the vault until somebody like me asks for it for analysis. So I submitted a request to them. They pull the items. Our evidence tracking system is a barcode system. So they scan the barcode into the computer system. It's Laboratory Information Management System, or LIMS system. And then I come in, I verify what they're giving me is what I asked for. They put in their unique password. I put in my unique password, and the item is transferred from the evidence section into my control. Within the latent print section, I have personal lockers that I have personal combinations for, where I store it prior to doing my analysis. So I would take it for them, I'd put it in my locker until I'm ready to work on it.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were those contents changed? Were the contents changed, disturbed in any manner other than what you did to perform your test?
No. When one of the first things we do when we get the evidence items is we check to make sure that the seal is intact and it has not been compromised. And then our process is to photograph the packaging to show what condition it was in when I received it, which I did in this case.
Okay. And you stated that you've got sort of your own personal lockers. When you receive those contents, were they either in your custody and control or in your locker at all times?
Once I got them from the evidence section, yes.
Thank you. Did you actually perform any latent print processing or development on any of those items?
I did.
All right. Would you tell the jury a little bit about that, please?
All right. First of all, there are two kinds of items that we process for latent prints. There's porous items, something that absorbs. Paper is a good example. And non-porous items, something that doesn't absorb, like my sword. Even though we call the friction ridge latent prints, sometimes when we examine the item, we can see those prints with the naked eye. That is always our first examination method, is a visual inspection to see if there is ridge detail that we can see with our naked eye. If there is ridge detail observed at any point in the processing methods, we document it photographically. In this particular case, there was ridge detail visible to me. I didn't have to do anything. I did no processing when I initially discovered the ridge detail, so I documented it photographically. For non-porous items, our second processing method, well, in this case, because there was reddish-brown stains on the item, we use a chemical called amino black, which reacts with the proteins found in blood. It will enhance and highlight if there are those proteins there in a bluish-black coloring. So that was my second process in this case. I did not get any additional prints. Following that, we use superglue fuming, where we put our non-porous items in a cabinet, an airtight cabinet. We heat superglue. The fumes will adhere to the residue left when you touch an item. And it's examined after that. Photographs are taken if needed. And the last combo step is a dye stain called rhodomin that we use. It adheres, gets absorbed by the superglue residue, and then we view it with a laser and it will fluoresce to allow us to see it better. Anything's there, we take photographs. Those are the processes I used in this case.
Okay. And you stated that when you used the naked eye, that you were actually able to visualize some prints. Is that correct?
3.
Okay. And then when you went to the next step, I think you called it the amino black, that actually didn't result in anything.
There was some enhancement because we have prints that we're going to use, but when something is handled multiple times, take your cell phone, for example, there's all kinds of bits and pieces of ridge detail that is insufficient for use in comparison. We can't make an exclusion, we can't make an identification because there's not enough information there. These items all had ridge detail that I could not use for comparison. So without checking my notes, I do believe amino there was some enhancement, but nothing significant.
Okay. And then was there anything of significance that happened after and I think you kind of said it was a two-step process, the superglue with then the dye stain?
No, superglue first, then the dye stain
Thank
with
you.
the laser.
Okay.
And no.
Okay, thank you. After you did those sort of processing steps, did you then conduct an analysis?
I conduct an analysis of what's on the item at every step through processing. I think, if I may, what you mean, did I do a comparison?
I do mean that. Thank you. Did you conduct a comparison?
I did.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Okay, I mentioned already that there were 3 prints of value. 2 were sufficient for identification. 1 was sufficient for inclusion, exclusion only. So, as I may have said, or at least alluded to earlier, when we make an identification, that means we're determining source. When we make an exclusion, we're saying that the people we compared could not be the source of that print, but because it's an inclusion print, I can't ever identify that print because there's not enough information there. But I can use it, possibly, for exclusion. 2 of the prints in this case were identified to Ms. McCulley, and the third impression could not be excluded from Ms. McCulley due to the quality of the impression. Now, I'm kind of jumping around and I apologize. When I say a print can't be identified, that doesn't mean it's worthless. As I think I said earlier, there are 3 pattern types and everybody has a combination or one of all of them. There's a loop. The ridge detail comes in, loops around, goes back out the same side. There's a whirl, kind of looks like a Target. Think of the Target department store logo. And there's an arch where the ridges come in from one side, kind of flow up in a wave and go out the other side. Well, this inclusionary print was a right slant whirl. So the ridges come in from the right side, come up, loop over, go back out the other side. If the person I'm comparing has no loops, I can exclude them. They could not possibly be the source of that impression. I could not exclude Miss McCulley, but the other two individuals I compared, Apodaca and Jennings, they had loops. But this particular loop, while there's not enough information there for me to make an identification, there was significant ridge count between the delta, which is part of the pattern type. It's where the ridges flow together, split apart, and surround or tend to surround the core of the print. So there was significant ridge count between the delta and the core. And Apodaca and Jennings had very small ridge count loops, so I could exclude them based on that information.
All right, and I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the what you found, what those results were as far as specific items. So as far as lab item number 5, which I think you stated was the sword with reddish brown stains on that?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anything sufficient for possible identification?
Yes.
All right, and what was it?
Those were the 3 that I explained just a minute ago. 2 for identification, which were identified, and 1 for inclusion, exclusion, which couldn't be excluded, but was excluded from 2 of the 3.
Okay, so let's talk about the identification portion. Who did that identification come back to?
One of them was identified as the right middle finger of McCulley. One was identified as the left palm of McCulley.
And then what about for the impressions that were sufficient for inclusion or exclusion only?
I could not exclude McCulley, but I was able to exclude Apodaca and Jennings.
Okay. Let's move on to lab item number 6. Was there anything sufficient there for you to analyze?
No.
And number 6 was the sheath?
Yes.
Looking to lab items number 12-1 and 12-2, was there anything there for you to sufficient for your analysis?
No.
So based on lab item number 5, were you able to make or able to come to any conclusions?
Item 5?
Item 5.
Yes, that was the 3 impressions. 2 were identified. The third one could not be excluded from McCulley, but was excluded from Apodaca and Jennings.
Okay. And I guess to maybe sort of simplify that down a little bit, what is your ultimate opinion about whose prints are on that sword?
It is in my opinion that the source of the 2 prints is McCulley. Right middle and left palm. I would not expect to see that in any other person that I've ever seen or compared. While, back up a little bit, while not all prints could be compared to everybody in the world, no 2 prints have ever been found to be from 2 separate sources. Even identical twins have different ridge characteristics, different fingerprints. Their palms are different. They are unique. While identical twins have the same DNA. But I cannot compare everybody in the world. But in my opinion, I would not expect the source of those prints to be anybody other than McCulley. However, the source of the remaining impression could not be Apodaca or Jennings for the very same reasons.
And I know that you've been referring to your report is documenting sort of everything that you do throughout the process, a normal course of your business?
Absolutely.
Okay. permission to approach the witness?
Yes, show counsel what you have.
He did, Your Honor. Thank you.
Come on up.
Mr. Smith, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as state certificate number 84. Would you take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I'm familiar with it. It's the report that I authored. Has my digital signature on it.
And is it the report that you authored for this specific case?
It is.
All right. At this point, I would move it into evidence.
Any objection to 84?
No objection, Your Honor.
84 is admitted.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination, counsel.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So I just want to try to clear some things up. When you visually identified those three prints on the sword, did you make a specific label for each one in your notes? What are those labels? Is it 5A, 5B, and 5C? And if you need to look at your notes, you can.
Thank you. Yes, 5A, 5B, 5C.
Okay, and all three of those were found on the sword?
Correct.
Okay, so where on the sword was 5A found?
I marked it on the sword. I don't specifically remember what I did, 3 years ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago. I know you take pictures while you're doing this entire process. Would it help maybe if you looked at the pictures, you might be able to remember where you found it on the sword?
Well, and I'm going to speculate, no, because the pictures I have are close-ups of the actual latent impressions, not where, but I'm highly confident that the prints are on the blade.
Okay, and 5A is what we're talking about right now.
Okay?
Okay, and that was identified as being the middle finger of Kiara McCauley?
Right middle finger, yes.
Right middle finger. And you're saying that was on the blade?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And let's talk about 5B real quick. You also found 5B on the sword, right?
Correct.
That one was a right loop pattern, I think.
5B, yes.
And do you remember where on the sword you found that one?
I do not, but somewhere in the back of my brain, I believe all of these were on the blade, but I can't say for 100% certain unless I actually examine the item again.
Okay.
Because I did mark them.
Gotcha. Do you want to try to look at your pictures? I mean, do you have black and white photos there? Is that
No,
what
I have color.
you do have a color?
Yeah.
Have you already looked at them and you just can't tell?
No.
Okay. All right. Where were we with 5B?
Yes, 5B, right slant loop.
Yeah, okay. And who does it belong to?
We don't know.
Okay. Now, you did try to enhance that one, right?
Yes.
And it ended up being an inclusion, exclusion?
Yes, it is a right slant loop, but there's not enough information there. It's too fragmented, I guess, for me to make any kind of identification, but I know it's right slant loop, so I can eliminate people, and I did eliminate people.
And you eliminated Isaac Apodaca?
I did.
Okay. And let's see, we did 5A and 5B. Let's look at 5C. 5C you also found on the sword.
Correct.
That's why it's called 5, because you called the sword 5.
When I mark or number latent impressions, they are a sub of the actual item number. So all these, the A, B, and C, means that they came from item 5.
Okay. And item 5C was the left palm print of Kiara McCauley.
Correct.
And you found it on the sword.
Correct.
But you don't remember where?
No.
Okay. And bottom line is you didn't find Isaac Apodaca's fingerprints on that sword.
I did not.
And you didn't find Isaac Apodaca's fingerprints on the sheath?
I found rigid detail that was insufficient for comparison. I don't know who it belongs to.
Okay. And what about the dagger?
Same thing.
Okay, so, and what about the sheath for the dagger?
Same thing, insufficient ridge detail. I could not determine source of any of that insufficient ridge detail and attribute to any specific individual.
Okay, and just to be clear for the jury, Isaac Apodaca is not, his fingerprints are not identified on the sword, on the dagger sheath,
Correct.
nor is he identified on the dagger.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and you guys do quality control in your lab, right?
We do.
And how does that work?
Depends on the specifics. So part of the quality control is evidence intake, making sure everything is sealed, nothing's coming out of its, packaging or anything else. Same thing when I am analyzing evidence or processing evidence. I make sure that the package is sealed when I get it. When I open it, everything is as described. If not, I document what it is. When doing chemical processing techniques on items, we use control strips to make sure that the chemicals are working correctly and we're going to get the expected results.
Okay, and then your results, once you're done with your analysis, is it reviewed by somebody else?
That is also part of quality control. So my comparisons are verified by another competent examiner. And then when my whole package is put together, it's sent for technical review, looking for making sure I did everything correctly and like I was supposed to. If it passes technical review, it goes for administrative review, making sure all my T's are crossed and my I's are dotted and I got periods in the right place.
Okay, and do you remember who reviewed your work in this case?
In this particular case, my verifications were done by my supervisor, Bonnie Knoll. I don't know who administratively reviewed it, but it was either Teresa Vigil Miranda or William Gagne, because that at the time were the only people in the office.
Okay, and if they had disagreed with your results, they would have marked that on your report?
They would have sent it back for corrections, yes.
Okay, and they didn't do that?
I don't recall. I may have had some grammatical stuff going on in this case or typos or something, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
So when they're doing that, when you say they're doing that review, is it just dotting your I's and crossing your T's, or are they also looking at, are they analyzing the prints the same way you did?
The technical, well, the verification, yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then the technical review is done by the person who does the verifications to make sure all my processing techniques were recorded, documented. I used my controls. I used all the appropriate processing methods. So yes.
And what kind of experience and training does Miss Knoll have, if you know?
She's been the supervisor and the technical lead of the unit for, I don't know, I want to say at least 15 years. I think she has over 20 years in the field.
Okay, so these prints have basically been reviewed by 2 different analysts.
Yes. Oh, and Ms. Knoll is also a certified latent print examiner from the International Association for Identification.
Okay. Now, are you careful with cross-contamination when you're doing your analysis of these items?
If the item has been submitted for any other type of analysis, specifically DNA analysis, then yes, I take extreme measures to try and prevent contamination.
And were these items also submitted for DNA analysis, if you know?
I believe the sword was. I don't know about the other items, but I do have the submission form with me, I could tell you.
Let's do it. Thank you.
May we approach? Come on up.
Did you find it, sir?
I did.
All right. So what, the sword was sent, tell us what happened.
The sword was submitted for latent print examination and DNA analysis.
And so did you follow the protocol necessary for it to be sent to DNA analysis?
I did.
Okay. Why don't you explain to the jury what that involves?
So when I have an item that is going to have subsequent DNA analysis on it, I do this anyway, but I always use clean butcher paper. I wear gloves. And when I handle items for DNA analysis, I wear what I refer to as a clean room suit. I have a Tyvek hood. I have a Tyvek suit. I wear a mask, and I have a face shield. I wear that with gloves, change my gloves every time I handle something different, or I move the item to avoid any kind of cross-contamination if I touch something by accidentally. But the suit, the mask, and the gloves is the precautions I take when handling items for subsequent DNA analysis.
And do you sterilize the work area before you do that?
I use a bleach solution for my bench before I put down my paper. I use the same bleach solution to decontaminate any kind of pens, implements I'll use, like my box cutter to open things up, or my letter opener to open up envelopes. I have some wire cutters because sometimes things are zip tied to their box. Probably was in this case, so I had to cut those. So everything is decontaminated before I start, and I do that after I put on my suit.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect?
Nothing on redirect, but the state would reserve him for rebuttal.
You're being reserved for possible recall. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back and testify. In the interim, don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Don't seek out any other information about the case.
Yes, sir.
Feel free to step down. Thank you. Additional testimony or evidence on behalf of the state.
State calls Rosalind Archuleta, Your Honor.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, in between witnesses, if you want us to stand up and stretch in place, you're welcome to do that. Good afternoon. I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. You begin by stating your name for a record. I see you have some documents. Don't refer to any documents unless
That's
you're
fine.
directed to by the, if you just close your.
Sure.
If you begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for our record, please.
Yes, my name is Rosalind Archuleta. First name is Roslynd. Last name is Archuleta, Archuleta.
Murphy, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
Yes, I am a forensic scientist in the DNA unit at the New Mexico Department of Public Safety Forensic Laboratory here in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
We just heard from Mr. Jeffrey Smith from the latent unit. Do the latent and the DNA units work kind of near each other?
They're near each other. We're in the same laboratory, but in different sections.
Okay. And how long have you been with the New Mexico Department of Public Safety Forensic Laboratory?
About 18 and a half years now.
Okay. What's your role there?
I am a forensic scientist primarily, but I also supervise the DNA section.
Okay. And what's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from the New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology in Socorro, New Mexico. I also have some clinical laboratory casework from the University of New Mexico Medical Laboratory Sciences program. After that, I started employment at Genzyme Genetics in Santa Fe, and then I moved to the Department of Public Safety to start work as a forensic scientist.
What do your duties include as a forensic scientist in the DNA section?
What I do is I look at crime scene evidence that has been collected by law enforcement and has been submitted to our laboratory to determine whether or not there might be biological material on an item of evidence so that I can collect a sample from that and then proceed with DNA testing. I also look at known DNA standards or reference samples that are collected from an individual. Those are different in the fact that they have their own chain of custody. We know they came from a particular individual. And those are submitted to the laboratory for comparison purposes to any evidence profiles that might be generated. Once I perform evidence examinations, I move forward with the DNA testing steps, make any conclusions, and then write a report with my findings.
Okay. And is the New Mexico Department of Public Safety crime lab or forensic laboratory, is it accredited?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, we are accredited by A2LA, which is the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation. And what that means is that our laboratory is recognized by an outside agency, and they recognize the fact that by examining all of our processes, we are staffed with fully qualified and competent scientists to perform casework on, or to perform testing on casework samples.
Thank you. Have you ever testified as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
Roughly how many times?
I believe today is 73.
And have you been qualified as an expert in forensic DNA analysis and serology?
Yes.
Okay. And do you teach and train in your field?
I do. I have taught law enforcement. I've also taught one semester of a college course as well.
Okay. And are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I belong to both AFS, which is the, American Association of Forensic Scientists. I believe that's correct. And also the Southwestern Association for Forensic Sciences.
Your Honor, at this time I tender Ms. Archuleta as an expert witness in forensic DNA analysis and serology.
No objection, Your Honor.
She is so received. You need to discuss what serology is.
Yes, Judge. What is serology?
Excuse me. Serology is a process of testing that I can perform when I'm examining casework that helps me determine what type of biological fluid may or may not be present. So for example, I have a color change test that helps indicate whether or not blood may or may not be present on an item. Should I perform that test on a stain that might warrant that type of testing? I look for a color change. I look for a bright pink color that indicates to me that blood, in fact, is indicated on that item. It looks like blood, it acts like blood, and for all intents and purposes, it appears to be blood. So I can collect a sample from that and move forward with testing and see if I find human DNA on that item and therefore arrive at a DNA profile. If that color change does not occur, then blood is not present on that item.
And when you're talking about this color change to pink, the item itself doesn't have a color change, does it? It's just like a swab you take from the item?
Correct. It would be a swab that I would moisten and then swab any staining that I might find on the surface of an item. And then I test that swab, either by taking a small cutting of it or testing the swab itself to determine if there's a color change from that material that was collected from the item.
Okay, let's have you define a couple of terms. You've already defined a known standard or a DNA standard,
Yes.
or a reference sample, as it's sometimes called. But what is DNA?
DNA is the biological material within almost all of your cells. The only exception to that is a red blood cell, because red blood cells don't have a nucleus. So it's the genetic information inside of your body that helps code for who you are as an individual. You get half of the DNA from your mother and half of the DNA from your father. That makes you as a unique individual. There are small portions of that DNA that are very unique to each individual. Some of our information codes for the same types of things. It gives you 2 arms and 2 legs. But we look at unique information. Some of it might give us things like maybe you have blue eyes or brown eyes. But the information that I look at as a forensic scientist is unique in nature and doesn't code for any information, but it's very highly variable between individuals.
What type of cells, you mentioned that blood cells cannot leave, or they don't have a nucleus, but what forms of DNA may you be able to pick up? Or how is DNA left behind, I guess is a better way of asking that.
DNA can be left behind in various different ways. For example, if I'm speaking, I'm not wearing a mask right now, I might have little bits of saliva on the surface in front of me. That saliva has skin cells inside of it that have a nucleus. When we're talking about whether or not there might be a blood stain on an item, those red blood cells don't have a nucleus, but there are white blood cells inside of your blood that do have a nucleus. And so we can still get DNA from blood. There's also the possibility of obtaining DNA sample from semen left behind from, any sort of interaction. And so we can also obtain DNA from hairs as well. Various different materials that come from the body can be left behind on surfaces, including skin cells.
And speaking of skin cells, what is touch DNA?
Touch DNA would be, so for example, if I had a water bottle and I pick up that water bottle repeatedly, I might be leaving skin cells behind on that item. And so that would be DNA that is left behind from me touching that item, and I might be able to swab for that and find my DNA profile.
Is it possible for someone to touch or handle an item but not leave detectable amounts of DNA behind?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Can you talk about circumstances under which DNA may or may not be detectable?
Yes. Firstly, DNA may not be detectable because somebody might not have touched an item. It may also not be detectable because maybe somebody wore gloves, presuming that we're talking about handling an item with our hands. It may also not be detectable or may be very low in quantity because somebody might have touched it for a very short period of time. Or maybe they did not leave very many skin cells behind, even if they held it for longer. So the reasons that a person might not leave DNA behind can vary.
Okay. Thank you. What is a major profile and a minor profile?
When we are talking about DNA testing, it's important to know that when we are looking at the DNA, what I see is a picture of the DNA, or what we call an electropherogram. It's a fancy word for a visual representation of the pieces of DNA that have come from that item of evidence. I can tell by looking at that DNA profile or the electropherogram, that picture of the DNA, whether or not there might be one individual there or whether or not there might be multiple individuals in that DNA profile. So when I'm talking about a major or a minor DNA profile, I'm talking about a DNA mixture. So a DNA mixture is a combination of DNA from at least two individuals, if not possibly more. So going back to the example of the water bottle, if I take a drink of that water bottle and I'm the only person that takes a drink of that water bottle, I expect to find my own DNA there and nobody else's. But if I share that water bottle with one of my friends, I would expect to see DNA from two people there because we're both sharing that water bottle. Now, if my friend came by and took just a quick little swig and put it down and went about their business, I would expect to see probably a lower amount of DNA in that DNA mixture. However, if that friend of mine took my water bottle and really liked, what I had in my bottle, and kept drinking from that, I would expect they would leave a lot more DNA behind, possibly even more than me if they took it from me and didn't give it back. And so I might be able to see that there is a difference in the amount of DNA present. So I might be able to see one person's DNA profile higher or in more quantity than the other person's DNA profile. And in that case, that would be a major DNA profile, because I can see that major contributor. And on the flip side of that, there would be a contributor that is lesser in quantity. And so that would be the minor DNA profile.
Okay. And you mentioned the concept of quantity. What happens if there's not, is there a threshold you have to meet in order to say whether it's someone's DNA or not someone's DNA? Or to draw any conclusions from the amount of DNA or
yes.
the DNA?
Yes. So our protocol gives us guidelines that help us to determine whether there is enough DNA present in a sample in order to interpret that DNA profile. When there is a very low quantity, we might not be able to make any interpretation. Quite often that might happen with a minor DNA profile. If I'm seeing a very small amount of DNA in that minor component of a mixture, I might not be able to make any interpretation or comparisons to that. There is also a situation in which I could have a single source profile, and maybe there's just not a lot of DNA present there. And when I have that situation, I don't have enough information to make any interpretation, so I may at that point need to call that DNA profile insufficient in quantity and not be able to make comparisons to that as well.
Okay. I'll just ask you to explain very briefly to the jury, as briefly as possible to the jury, the process by which you are assigned a case, receive the items from a case, and the serology and DNA testing process.
When a case is brought to our laboratory by law enforcement, that case is taken to our evidence section, and the evidence technicians bring the case in, assign it a unique case number, and place that case in the vault and wait for a scientist to be ready to work the case. So when I am ready to work a case, I obtain a copy of the submission form, or what we call a board copy in-house. And what that is it's essentially a receipt between the laboratory and law enforcement that details the number of items that have been submitted in a case for testing and what type of testing is going to be performed. So when I have that copy of the submission form, I'm looking for items that are coming into the laboratory for DNA testing. And then I can request those items that I need to perform testing on from the evidence unit. When I do that, I will request those items of the evidence section, and when they have pulled those from the secure vault that I do not have access to, they have to transfer chain of custody over to me for those items of evidence. And when they do that, I have to put my password into a computer system to switch all of the chain of custody over to my name so that it's reflected that I have all of those items for testing. Once I'm ready to start work on the case, let me backtrack. When I have those items of evidence in my custody, I will take those up to my own locker that has its own unique code for me to get into and store my items of evidence. If I need to wait to start testing, I will put those in my locker, lock them up, and wait until I am ready to start evidence examinations. If I'm ready to start those right away, I might go directly to my bench to do that. When I perform that testing, I then look at evidence items first, and then I look at any reference items last, just so as to preserve the integrity of the evidence by examining the evidence first.
Okay, thank you. And you just talked about evidence integrity. What steps do you take, what if any steps do you take to avoid cross-contamination?
In the laboratory, we deal with this in multiple different ways. When we start testing, we are using clean instruments to perform testing. I am making sure that my bench is clean, everything is wiped down. We use bleach to decontaminate. I use clean bench paper. I use clean razor blades. Everything I touch has been bleached to ensure that there is no potential or very, very minimal potential for any sort of contamination from my bench itself. I am also using things like a crosslinker. A crosslinker is a machine that I can put items like tubes that I'm going to collect DNA samples in. I can put that in a crosslinker and it helps break down any residual DNA that might be present on that item so that I have a clean tube to work with. In addition to that, we are always wiping down our laboratory on a routine basis. That is done by all laboratory personnel, both in the general laboratory and all equipment, as well as at our own benches. When I perform DNA testing on items, I am making sure that everything is clean, brand new, cross-linked under the UV light, and making sure that it is ready for use. In addition to that, we also use blanks. Our blanks during testing help us to determine that the steps of DNA testing are clean at every step. So I'm going to run reagent blanks with all of my samples to ensure that anything I add into my samples is clean. I expect to see no DNA profile if I'm adding reagents to that blank as I'm testing it. And so at every point of that testing process, we have steps that show us that in fact that testing is clean throughout the entire process up until we arrive at a DNA profile.
Thank you. So as you've described, if you have items of evidence that are assigned to you to examine, after you've examined them, do you yourself look for areas on an item that may be likely to have DNA on them?
Can you rephrase your question?
Yeah, that was poorly stated. I apologize. When you receive items that may have evidentiary value, is it you that determines where to swab or scrape or collect potential samples from?
Yes. When I examine an item of evidence, I'm looking primarily for any staining that may or may not be present and making notes about that. If there is staining, I might want to collect a sample to move forward with serology testing or with DNA testing. Sometimes I might look at an item and I might see that type of staining, and so I can move forward with those steps. However, I might look at an item and determine that maybe I need to test for who might have been wearing an item or who might have been touching an item. That is something we frequently do, for example, with handguns. We might take a swab of the handle of the gun or the grip, the trigger area, to determine whose DNA might be present on those areas.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to educate the jury on regarding the DNA testing process before we just go ahead and jump into this case?
I think
Objection,
that's
Your
good.
Honor. Thank you.
Are you familiar with lab case 22-3858-DPS?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And was the corresponding, what was the agency that referred that case to you?
I'm sorry. May I refer to my report?
Sure, if that would refresh.
Just to verify.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. It was Santa Fe Police Department.
Okay, great. And how many evidentiary items and standards did you receive as part of this case?
There were 13 items total. 3 of them were DNA standards. The other items were evidentiary samples.
Were some items, then did you take swabs or cuttings from some of those items?
Yes.
Okay. So if I could just begin by talking about who you received known standards from.
Yes, I received known DNA standard from Kiara McCulley. That was item 8. Item 10 was a DNA standard from Isaac Apodaca, and item 16 was a DNA standard from Grace Jennings.
Okay. And on your report, do you also note the agency item number in addition to your own internally assigned lab item number?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and for today's purposes, would it be easiest to refer to your lab item number?
Yes, it would.
Okay. So those 3 standards are the ones that you received. What was item 1 in terms of the evidentiary items?
Item 1 was a blue sweater.
Okay. And when you examined that blue sweater, did you notice anything that led you to conduct additional testing on that item?
Yes, there was staining on the cuff area of the sweater on the right side.
Okay. And do you recall the color or the appearance of that staining?
To my recollection, it was red-brown in color.
Okay. And what swabs or cuttings did you take from that blue sweater, item number 1?
I did collect 2 separate samples from that. On the first sample, which I called item 1.1, this was a stain on the right cuff of the sweater. I performed serology testing on that item, and then I moved forward with DNA testing.
Okay. And if you could educate the jury about the results of your testing on item 1.1.
Yes, on item 1.1, blood was indicated on that item, and there was a DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals on item 1.1. The major DNA profile that was resolved from the mixture matched the DNA profile from Grace Jennings. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be a source of the DNA profile is approximately 1 in 24 octillion individuals. Both Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca are eliminated as sources of that major DNA profile, and I could not make any interpretation or comparisons to the minor component of that DNA mixture due to an insufficient quantity of DNA in the sample. So
You just mentioned a number of 24 octillion. Can you
Yes.
tell the jury what octillion is? An octillion?
Yes. So octillion is an incredibly large number. There are approximately 8 billion individuals on the entire Earth. So this number is much, much, much larger than that. And so in my opinion, I would not expect to see any other person with that DNA profile unless that person had an identical twin.
And just the number 24 octillion, how many zeros would that be roughly?
Oh, 27, I believe.
So 24 followed by 27 zeros?
Yes.
Thank you. And you said that the minor profile component, you could not make any interpretations.
That's correct.
Right. And then you mentioned item 1.2. What was that?
Yes, item 1.2 was a scraping and cutting of the inner neck area of that blue sweater.
Okay. And why did you scrape that inner neck area of the sweater?
To determine who could have potentially been wearing that item.
Okay. And what did your testing reveal on that item?
On that item, there was a DNA mixture of at least 3 individuals. The major DNA profile resolved from that mixture matched the DNA profile from Kiara McCulley. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of that major DNA profile is approximately 1 in 360 octillion individuals. Both Grace Jennings and Isaac Apodaca were eliminated as a source of the major DNA profile that was resolved from that mixture. And I could not make any interpretation or comparisons regarding the minor component of that mixture due to an insufficient quantity of DNA in the sample.
Okay, thank you. Item number 2, did you receive an item number 2 as a lab item number?
Yes.
And did that correspond to agency number, item number 5?
I don't recall what it corresponded to.
Okay, but you labeled
as far as the agency
okay.
number, sorry.
What was lab item number 2?
Lab item number 2 was a pair of black pants.
Okay. And what did you observe when you examined those black pants?
There was staining on the right leg of the pants.
Okay. And did you do anything regarding that staining?
I did perform both serology and DNA testing on those.
Okay. And what was the results of your serology testing from the staining on the front right leg of those pants?
Blood was indicated on that item.
And then you took it on to DNA testing?
Yes.
And what was the result of your DNA testing on 2.1, the swab from the staining of the pants?
The DNA profile that was obtained from item 2.1 matched the DNA profile from Grace Jennings.
Okay. And did you do any other additional testing on that item?
I did perform testing on the inner waistband of the pants.
And why did you test the inner waistband of those black pants?
Again, to determine who may have been wearing that item.
Okay. And on that item, was that 2.2?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And from that scraping or cutting from the inner waistband of those black pants, what did your testing resolve or reveal, excuse me?
There was a DNA mixture of at least 3 individuals on that item. Kiara McCulley, Isaac Apodaca, and Grace Jennings could not be eliminated as possible contributors to the DNA mixture obtained from that item.
And what do you mean when you say could not be eliminated?
In my opinion, they are included in that DNA mixture.
All 3 individuals, Kiara McCauley, Isaac Apodaca, and Grace Jennings, were included in that mixture?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on to item number 3. What was item number 3?
Item number 3 was a red T-shirt.
And did you perform any, did you swab any stains or take any scrapings or cuttings from that item?
I did.
All right. Let's talk about item 3.1. What was that?
Item 3.1 was a sample from the upper left side of the shirt near the shoulder. There was a red-brown stain in that area that I did perform serology testing on. Blood was indicated on that item, so I moved forward with DNA testing.
Okay. And what did your testing on that swab reveal?
On item 3.1, there was a DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals. A major unknown female DNA profile was resolved from that mixture.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take probably just about a 5-minute recess. If you would go with the bailiff, Angel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you will go with the bailiff, we'll bring you back in the courtroom in just a few minutes.
All rise.
You may step down. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone during the break. Looks like there's an exhibit in front of you. Counsel, would you come and retrieve that? Looks like that's, what's that, 87?
84, I believe.
84.
Judge, would it be possible for me to borrow a staple or paper clip?
Yep. May be seated in the courtroom. The bailiff is going to identify the juror, and we'll call him back in first.
Okay, and actually, Judge, since we're doing this, I mean, also if we could talk to the juror on the far right, front row, because I suspected that she may have been sleeping as well.
Okay, yeah, I don't know her name, and I didn't instruct the bailiff to find that out for me, but we'll check. We're off the record for a couple minutes.
Thank you.
Let's go back on the record, and counsel, would you approach, please? Do you have your jury list? Can you borrow it? Oh, not that one, the actual people. Let's see if I've still got it here. It's in the back. We're off the record for a second. Come up and have a seat in this third chair right here.
Third, right here?
Yes, but I need to turn on that microphone and speak to you. The reason I asked you to come back in is during the last testimony of the last witness, it appeared that you fell asleep.
For an instant, yes, sir.
Okay.
I caught myself.
Do you have any idea of how long?
I caught my elbow went off the chair instantly, and I got a little nudge. I felt like it was instant.
Okay.
It was the same exact lawyer talking when I popped out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mentioned that inside.
Mentioned that inside.
I said, God, I can't believe I kind of nodded off. I said that to myself.
Okay.
I've been
do you,
on the ball the whole time.
Yeah, hang on a second. With regard to the testimony, do you recall what the witness was testifying to, or the last question you remember hearing?
The ins and outs of the processes for the forensics.
Okay. Do you recall any of the individual item numbers that were discussed, or what was found or not found on those
Not,
items?
maybe not an item number, no, sir.
Okay. Okay, those are the court's questions. Counsel, do you have any questions? Mr. Long, Ms. Murphy?
You said it was on the background about the testing process?
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So have you heard the testimony so far about the results on the items that were tested?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm still not clear as to,
It was instant, Judge.
okay. On behalf of Mr. Apodaca, any questions for our juror?
Yeah, so, I mean, I understand this is
Yes,
a
sir.
long
No,
testimony.
I'm very serious about this, sir.
Yeah, but you did hear what the conclusions were, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you just can't remember maybe some of
Just
the
the
individual
item numbers.
Okay. You said you dozed off instantaneously?
Yeah, I mean, it was a nod off, that's it. I caught it.
Okay. So, do you think you're gonna have trouble paying attention moving forward?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And, yeah, even if the testimony gets a little bit boring, because this is.
No, I'm very
This is a boring
serious.
stretch, something
Yeah.
the state and I will agree on. This is kind of a boring stretch, but it is important.
Yes, understood, absolutely.
Certainly the conclusions are important, and you were able to, can you tell me what you were able to garner from the conclusions?
Well, I understood that the forensic showed,
Objection, Your Honor, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Inappropriate question as to what is,
Okay, as long as, I mean,
I'm very serious about this, yes, sir.
okay, thank you. That's all I have there.
thank you. Just ask that you go back to the jury room with the others. Don't discuss this conversation.
Absolutely.
What it was about. Okay. If you'd bring the other juror in. Off the record until she comes in. Would just ask you to come up to the third chair there by that microphone. I need to get your voice. The reason I asked the bailiff to bring you in is during the last presentation, it appeared that you might have nodded off during the testimony.
No, sir, not at all.
Okay.
What would make you think that?
Just observations. I mean, I see people put their heads down. I see people close their eyes and don't know if they're listening but just not looking up, or if they've actually.
I'm sure that was it.
Do
Not at all sleepy.
Do you recall the sequence, the questions and answers that were being given by the witness?
Absolutely.
Okay. Those are the court's questions, counsel.
No questions.
At any point, did you fall asleep?
No, sir.
During the testimony? Okay. That's all I have here.
If you just go back to the jury room for a moment, don't discuss this conversation with the other jurors.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Okay, outside the hearing, please have a seat. Outside the hearing, presence of the jury with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present. The first gentleman is juror number 8 on your list. Concerns, input, suggestions, first from the state and then for the defense with respect to the first juror we called in.
Your Honor, he said it was an instant nod off that he caught himself as soon as it happened, and it was during the background information on the DNA testing process, and he's otherwise been awake and paying attention. It appears to have been literally instant. So the state thinks it's appropriate to keep him on. we would just ask for the defense position. Sorry, I just put a cough drop in while we're outside the jury presence. We would just ask for the defense presence position under State v. Lujan. It's not a reported case. It's 2024 Westlaw 390000101. I think just having a clear defense position on the record preserves, it makes a clear record.
Absolutely, Judge. I think he remedied the situation. I mean, he did say, I mean, he was honest, forthcoming. He did, you said he briefly dozed off. He did, sounds like he remembers the conclusions, although not the specific, the numbers that you were asking him about, but I think, frankly, a lot of these jurors may not remember some of those specifics. So I think I'm okay now. I mean, Mr. Cameron is handling this witness and has handling a lot of stuff today, so I'll keep an eye on him, I do keep an eye on the jurors and just look over there, so I'll see if, he's dozing off again. I'm pretty sure now that he's been brought over here now, he's probably not gonna, he's probably gonna make sure he stays awake.
Yeah. So I'm just parroting back. Neither party is asking that the juror be removed, I didn't observe anything beyond what was mentioned, so he'll remain on the panel. The second juror, let me find her. I'm sorry, I can't find her juror number. While I'm looking, on behalf of the state, any concerns about her remaining on the panel?
No concerns, Your Honor. She was adamant. She has not dozed off.
And I agree with that, Judge. That was actually not today. It was earlier in the week that I had noticed her, and that was the thing with her. But then, like I said, I wasn't sure if she was just sleeping or if maybe her eyes were turned on.
The way I asked her the question, it implied that had just occurred, so I did not know your reference. Yeah. She's seated number 1, just for the records and for counsel. She's currently juror number 1.
And Judge, as far as that, I wouldn't just bring that up, but in regards to that one particular juror, or the first juror that we brought in, I do think it was more than instantaneous because I was observing him for a while. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked Mr. Cameron to have us approach. And he did say something like, when he woke up, he realized Ms. Murphy is still testifying, so or questioning, excuse me. So it almost seems like he himself realized maybe he was out for a minute. But that's why I had concerns. But at this point, I think we can proceed with him. And like I said, I can keep an eye on the jurors and see what's going on.
Okay. We'll call the jury back in and continue with the same witness on the stand if you'll have her come in.
Yes, Judge.
We're off the record until the jury comes back. All rise. You come back up to the podium and get set up, Ms. Murphy.
Yes, Judge.
You may be seated in the courtroom. We continue in the state's case in chief. Ms. Murphy.
Ms. Archuleta, right before the break, we started talking about item 3.1, the stain from the left shoulder.
Yes,
Of the red shirt.
correct.
If you could explain to the jury your findings from the testing you conducted on item 3.1, the stain from the front shirt, left shoulder of the red shirt.
Yes, there was a DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals on item 3.1. The major DNA profile that was resolved from the mixture was an unknown female DNA profile. Kiara McCauley, Isaac Apodaca, and Grace Jennings are all eliminated as the source of that major DNA profile, and no interpretation or comparisons could be made regarding the minor component of that mixture due to an insufficient quantity of DNA in the sample.
And was there an item 3.2 as it related to the red shirt?
Yes.
What did you do for 3.2?
The only difference in the testing from 3.1 to 3.2 is that 3.2 did not have any serology testing because it was a sample from the waistband. But the DNA profile that I arrived at was the same as item 3.1. A DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals was obtained from 3.2. The major DNA profile was an unknown female DNA profile, the same unknown DNA profile. And Kiara McCauley, Isaac Apodaca, and Grace Jennings were all eliminated as the source of that major DNA profile. No interpretation or comparisons could be made regarding the minor component of that DNA mixture due to an insufficient quantity of DNA in the sample.
And you said that it was a scraping or a sample from the waistband. Did you mean a different part of the shirt? The waist as a...
I'm sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. I said the waistband. I was thinking about the pants when I said that, but it is the red shirt and it was the inner neck portion. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
Okay. So 3.1 was the stain from the front of the shirt and 3.2 is a scraping from the inner neck band of the
That
shirt.
is correct. Yes.
Okay. And you stated that that was an unknown female profile and all 3 individuals were eliminated from that?
Correct.
Okay. All 3 of the known standards?
Correct.
Okay. Let's move to item 4. What was item 4?
Item 4 was a piece of tissue with staining on it.
Okay. And can you describe the staining?
There was red-brown staining on the item.
Okay. And if you could just, do you recall the agency item number that was associated with?
I do not recall.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection
Yes,
on that?
it would.
Okay. So if you could please check your report and then close it back for what agency, SFPD agency item number 4 was.
It was agency item number 14.
All right, thank you. Okay, and you said that on that item number 4, there was the red-brown staining. What testing did you perform on this item and what were your results?
I performed serology testing on that item and blood was indicated. I then moved forward with DNA testing and the DNA profile that was obtained from item 4 matched the DNA profile from Kiara McCauley. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of this DNA profile is approximately 1 in 360 octillion individuals. Grace Jennings and Isaac Apodaca were eliminated as the source of that DNA profile.
Okay. Let's move to item 5. What was item 5? What is item 5?
Item 5 is a sword.
Okay. And did you take any swabs from item 5?
I did. I took a sample of staining from the blade of the sword as well as a sample from the handle of the sword.
Okay. And what number is the swab of staining from the blade of the sword?
That is item 5.1.
Okay. And what was your testing and what were your results?
I did perform serology testing on that item and blood was indicated. On item 5.1, the DNA profile obtained from that item matched the DNA profile from Grace Jennings. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of this DNA profile is approximately 1 in 24 octillion individuals. Both Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca were eliminated as the source of this DNA profile.
Okay. Was there an item 5.2?
Yes.
And what was that?
This was a swab of the handle of the sword.
Okay. And what was your testing and what was your results?
I did perform serology testing on this item as well. On item 5.2, which was a swab from the handle of the sword, no blood was detected on that item. And then I moved forward with DNA testing to determine who might have been holding that item. And the DNA I found on that item was a DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals. There was a major DNA profile that matched the DNA profile from Kiara McCulley. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of this major DNA profile is approximately 1 in 360 octillion individuals. Grace Jennings and Isaac Apodaca were eliminated as the source of that major DNA profile, and no interpretation or comparisons could be made regarding the minor component of that mixture due to an insufficient quantity of DNA in the sample.
And you said it's at least 2 individuals in that mixture, is that correct?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving to item 7. So I guess I should ask you, your lab items are labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 7, 8, 10, and so on. Why does it go from number 5 to number 7?
There were other items that were submitted that were not for DNA testing that were the items that are in between that.
Okay. Could that be like for latent testing or something else?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. So going to item 7, what was lab item 7?
Lab item 7 was a swab from, I believe it was behind the bed or behind the headboard of the bed on the wall there was a small room and garage that it was collected from.
Okay. And what was the testing that you performed on item 7, the swab abstained from the wall behind the bed? What was your testing and what did that reveal?
I did perform serology testing on that item. Blood was indicated on item 7. And on item 7, the DNA profile obtained from item 7 matched the DNA profile from Grace Jennings. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of this DNA profile is approximately 1 in 24 octillion individuals. Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca were both eliminated as the source of that DNA profile.
Moving to item number, what were 8 and 10? What were items 8 and 10?
Item 8 was a DNA standard from Kiara McCulley.
Okay.
And item 10 was the DNA standard from Isaac Apodaca.
Moving on to the next item that you tested that you list as lab item 13. What was that?
Item 13 was a swab from a pillow.
And do you remember the agency number that corresponded to?
I do not recall.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may she please refer to her report?
Yes.
Item 13 corresponds to agency item number 96.
Okay, and what was your testing on item 13 and what did it reveal?
I did perform serology testing on that item and blood was indicated. On item 13, the DNA profile obtained from item 13 matched the DNA profile from Grace Jennings. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of this DNA profile is approximately 1 in 24 octillion individuals. Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca are eliminated as sources of the DNA profile obtained from this item.
Okay. Moving to the next item that you tested, item 14, and I will ask you if you know the agency item for that number.
Yes,
or the agency number for that item.
Yes, I did look at that as well. And for item number 14, the agency item was item number 99.
Okay, and what was that?
And that item was a swab from sheets.
Okay, and what was your testing on that item and what did it reveal?
I performed serology testing on that item. Blood was indicated. When I performed the DNA testing on this item, the DNA profile obtained from item 14 matches the DNA profile from Grace Jennings. The probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of this DNA profile is approximately 1 in 24 octillion individuals. Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca are eliminated as sources of the DNA profile obtained from this item.
And moving to the next item that was in your list, what was item 16?
Item number 16 was a DNA standard for Grace Jennings.
Okay, do you remember the agency number for that?
I do not.
Looking at your report, refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Your Honor, may she refer to her report?
Yes.
Item number 16 corresponds to agency item number 128.
Okay. And you said that was the DNA standard for Grace Jennings?
Correct.
Okay. Is that also called FTA blood spot?
Yes, that is the substrate sometimes that a sample might be placed on when they collect it.
Okay. That's what you used as your known DNA or reference standard for Grace?
Yes, that was what was submitted to the laboratory.
All right, thank you. Let's move to item 17 and the agency lab item numbers. What was that?
Item number 17 were the left fingernail clippings from Grace Jennings. And I collected a swab from under the nails. And I'm sorry, I'm not recalling the agency item number for this item.
Looking at your report, refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may she refer to her report?
Yes.
Thank you. The agency item number this corresponds to is 129.
Okay. And let's talk about fingernail clippings for a moment. What kind of fingernails were clipped?
To my recollection, these were artificial nails. They were long, colored, and thick, and they were stained.
Okay. And where on the nails did you swab?
I swabbed underneath the nails, so on the concave surface.
Okay. And you said that they were artificial nails. Can you kind of explain to the jury the interplay, if you know, between an artificial nail and a real fingernail?
Certainly. So when someone has an artificial nail, and I've had these before, a lot of girls do, it is a material, not always the same type of material. There are different types, but they're placed on top of the nails. I don't know much about that in particular. However, having worn them myself, quite frequently, when there is something placed on top of the nail, there is the natural nail underneath, and when that grows out, it can create a little bit of a lip where it collects debris and things. And so when artificial nails are placed on there, occasionally there is the potential for being able to recover DNA from that area.
Okay. And from that lip, or is it sometimes almost like a pocket that can kind of...
Almost, yes. It's where the natural nail starts separating from the artificial.
Okay. And so let's talk about testing on item 17. What was the testing and what were your results?
On item 17, there was staining on that item. I did perform serology testing on that item and blood was indicated. On item 17, there was a DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals. There was a major DNA profile that was resolved from the mixture, and that DNA profile, the major DNA profile, was consistent with being from Grace Jennings. That is because it has been collected from her body. Kiara McCulley and Isaac Apodaca were eliminated as the source of that major DNA profile, and no interpretation or comparisons could be made regarding the minor component of that DNA mixture due to an insufficient quantity of DNA in the sample.
And when you discussed swabbing the clippings, how many of the fingernail clippings did you swab?
To my recollection, I believe there were 5 that I swabbed, okay. But I don't recall whether or not there were small fragments off of them or not.
Okay. As to the left-hand fingernail clippings, you recall swabbing 5?
Yes.
Thank you. Now let's move to lab item number 18. What was 18, and if you recall the agency number for that?
I believe the agency item number for that is 130.
Okay, and what was your testing, or what was that item?
That item were the right-hand fingernail clippings from Grace Jennings, again swabbed under the concave surface of the nail.
And do you remember how many of the nails that you swabbed?
To my recollection, I believe it was 5 as well.
Okay.
Again, I don't recall whether or not there were smaller fragments.
And were these also acrylic nails with kind of the natural nail underlay?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Can you please tell the jury what your testing and results were?
Yes, I did perform serological testing on that item. When I performed that testing, blood was indicated. I moved forward with the DNA testing, and I found a DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals obtained from item, 17, correct?
18.
18. On item 18, assuming that Grace Jennings is a contributor to that DNA mixture, there was a foreign male DNA profile, unknown male DNA profile that was deduced from this mixture. Both Kiara McCauley and Isaac Apodaca were eliminated as sources of that foreign DNA profile.
I'd like to go back to item 2.2 for a moment. That was the swabbing or the cutting of the inner waistband seam of the black pants.
Yes.
Okay, and you said that which 3 profiles were resolved from the inner waistband of the pants?
It was a DNA mixture of at least 3 individuals. Kiara McCauley, Isaac Apodaca, and Grace Jennings were all could not be eliminated as being possible contributors to that DNA mixture.
Okay, and what are DNA mixture statistics?
Statistical calculations are something that I perform as a forensic scientist to lend weight to an association. And so in this situation, because I have made associations to known DNA profiles, I'm going to list the statistical calculations to make sense of what this means, with them being included in this DNA mixture. So when I'm looking at these statistical calculations, if there's a higher number, it doesn't mean that somebody maybe is from a particular ethnicity group. What I'm looking at is a range of different numbers from the 5 most common population groups of New Mexico, all random, unrelated individuals. I'm looking at both the highest and the lowest numbers. In this case, the numbers are 1,200 and 40,000 individuals. And so I would need to test roughly somewhere in the number of that range to find at least one other person who may also fit into that DNA mixture. So if I have low numbers, say 1 in 20, at least one other person in this courtroom might be a part of that DNA mixture. If I have a very, very high number, say 1 in 50 quintillion, it's a very rare number, and so I wouldn't expect too many people to fit into that DNA profile, even if I were to test up to that number of individuals. And so when I'm seeing in the range of approximately 1,200 to about 40,000 individuals, I would need to test about that many people to find at least one person who might fit into that DNA profile. So while there is an association and those individuals are included, it's not a super strong association. However, they are still included in that DNA mixture.
Okay, and you mentioned that these are broken, those statistics are broken up by population group.
Correct.
But that cannot reveal the identity of any of those individuals.
No.
So, for example, if it was 1 in 40,000 Apache individuals is one of the population groups, that doesn't have any bearing on the identity of these individuals.
It would not mean that the individual is, for example, Apache as your,
Sure.
as your,
What are the population groups that you use here in the New Mexico?
they are Caucasian, Southwest Hispanic, African American, Native American, Apache, and Native American. I'm sorry, it's slipping my head right now. May I refer to my report?
Yes.
It's a lot of information to look at. Thank you. I'm sorry, Navajo.
And why do you use those population groups?
They're the 5 most common population groups in New Mexico.
Okay. I just want to ask, so of all of the items you tested, what is the only item that Isaac Apodaca was included or could not be excluded on?
Item
Objection,
2.2.
Your Honor. That question needs to be rephrased. May we approach?
Yes.
Re-ask a question. When you say cannot be excluded or cannot be eliminated, what does that mean?
When I make the statement that someone cannot be eliminated, it is an inclusionary statement. So that individual is included in that DNA profile.
Okay, thank you. And so going back to my question, what is the only item that Isaac Apodaca was included, or in other words, could not be eliminated from as a contributor to the mixture?
That would be item 2.2, which was the swabbing and cutting of the inner waistband of the black pants.
Thank you. A moment, Your Honor. Pass the witness. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, may I ask one brief question? Did your report or did your findings go through a technical review?
Yes, it did.
Did it go through an administrative review?
It did.
And did you finalize the report?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. Would you just review 83 and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 83?
This is a report that I authored.
Okay. And does this report appear to have been altered or tampered with in any way?
It does not.
Does this fairly and accurately represent the testing and the findings on the items that you discussed today?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time I tendered State's Exhibit 83, the laboratory report for the DNA testing. 84 was the latent, so we had skipped 83, hence why we're back.
Any objection, counsel?
No objection, Your Honor.
83 is admitted.
And we don't intend to publish at this time, we'll just go back to the jury. Okay. And now at this time I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Archuleta.
Good afternoon.
I know it's been a long day. You've been waiting outside for quite a while.
That's okay.
So we'll get through this fairly quickly. I just first wanted to talk a little bit about the quality control in your office. It sounds like it's pretty good. So let's talk about cross-contamination. Is it important for the people who collect these swabs and bring them to you? Is it important for them to make sure that they don't cross-contaminate?
We do advise law enforcement to wear gloves and masks, to package things separately so that samples aren't placed in the same container, so they're not cross-contaminating within their own package.
So you do that training for them?
We do advise them, but we don't always perform that training.
But you are aware that the investigators are trained on how to collect evidence without cross-contaminating?
To my knowledge, it's something they are trained on, but I don't know what their protocols involve.
Okay. And then you talked about an independent analysis of your DNA results after you've done the work. Who double-checked your work, I guess is a good way to put it.
When a case is complete by any of our analysts, the case will go through both technical and administrative review. When that is done, it is performed by another qualified DNA analyst in the section and for the technical review, and then it moves on to a different qualified analyst for the administrative review.
Do you remember who it was?
I don't recall.
You know, I couldn't find it on your bench notes. Do you know if it's on there somewhere?
It is within our laboratory management system, and I do have it within the checklist. I do have that information, if I may refer to my notes.
Yes, please.
Okay. The technical review was performed by Eve Tokumaru, and the administrative review was performed by Jennifer Otto.
Okay, and they were both okay with your analysis?
Yes.
And are they both certified as well?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I may need some technical help up here, Angel. I just want to make sure I'm not going to mess up their computer. I need to plug into this. This thing? And then put it here. Okay, this is the first time I've tried this, so bear with me. Hey. Okay, so do you recognize this item?
It's difficult for me to determine. This is a blue sweater. However, I do not see my markings for ID on the item, so I can't verify for certain.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object to the
Yeah, Counsel,
rest of the desktoping.
you'll need to go in between images without showing your index and your, there were 3 other pages up there for a second.
Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Again, these appear to be the black pants that I examined, but again, I don't see my markings for ID, so I can't verify for certain that they are in fact the same item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm just going to unplug this and then, all right. And just for the record, that first item that I showed the witness was DSC 1221 from States 54. And the second one was DSC 1232 from States 54. Okay, and you received the known profiles. Do you call them profiles or standards?
We call them DNA standards
Okay,
or
so-
reference samples.
Okay, thank you. You received those known standards or reference standards? Is that what you said?
Yes, reference samples or known DNA standards, they're used interchangeably.
Can I just use standards?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. You received those standards for Kiara McCauley, Grace Jennings, and Isaac Apodaca from crime scene technician Maria Tena?
to my recollection, yes.
Okay. And you analyzed each one of those to get a genetic profile or a standard for each one of those individuals, right?
That is correct.
And then you compare those samples to any DNA analysis that you do on the items that have been submitted for analysis.
That's correct.
All right. So let's talk about Kiara McCauley here real quick. So the shirt that you tested, the blue shirt that you tested, you said you took the clipping from the cuff,
I believe it was the right cuff area, yes.
the right cuff area? Remember if it was on the top or the bottom?
I don't recall.
And then did you take another clipping from the back, or did you just swab
I
it?
took the sample, I took a scraping and a cutting from the inner neck area of the shirt,
Okay.
or the sweater.
Okay, and you took that one in the back of the neck in order to determine who might have worn it at some point?
Yes,
And you did analysis on that clipping.
correct.
And when you did the analysis on that clipping, you matched it to the standards of Kiara McCauley.
The major DNA profile matched Kiara McCauley.
Okay, so Kiara McCauley's DNA is on that blue sweater on the neck.
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. And the major profile did eliminate Grace Jennings and Isaac Apodaca.
That is correct.
So could Kiara McCauley have been the one who was wearing that shirt at some point in time?
I would reasonably expect that that could be the case, yes.
And like you said, you took a clipping from the right,
The right cuff area,
and you did analysis on that clipping.
correct.
And you found a major DNA profile on that one as well.
That's correct.
And that major DNA profile matches Grace Jennings.
Yes,
And you understand that shirt was taken from a hamper, right, a laundry basket. Do you know that?
I'm not aware of where these were collected from. I know that the items were submitted for DNA testing.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look in your bench notes where they were found?
Yes,
Could you?
yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I did have the information that it was found in the laundry basket, and we're unknown who the wearer of the sweater would be.
Okay. Repeat that second part. Is that what, are you testifying to that, or is it you just reading that from your report?
I did read the statement that I
Okay.
wrote down.
Oh.
However, yes, that is why I would collect a sample for wearer DNA, because don't know who the wearer of the item might be.
Gotcha. Okay. And with regard to the black pants, it looks like, well, where did you find those? Where did those come from, according to your notes?
Also found inside the laundry basket.
Okay, and again, one of the reasons why you take clippings from these pants is to determine who might have worn them,
Yes, on the inside waistband portion, yes.
and that's where you clipped it, from the inside waist?
Yes.
Okay, and then you compared that to the majors, the standards that you already knew?
Correct.
And the result was Kiara McCauley could have been wearing those pants, right?
That's a possibility.
Okay. And another clipping, did you take another clipping from the pants, or did you just swab the stain on the right part, on the right leg?
I would need to refer to my notes to answer that question.
Please.
I did take a swabbing of that item.
And then you developed a profile from that swabbing?
Yes.
And that profile matches Grace Jennings, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the bottom line is those pants that were found in the laundry basket could, belong to Kiara McCauley, right?
It's possible.
And they have the blood, or they had the DNA of Miss Jennings on the right pant leg, right?
That's correct.
And that stain also indicated blood.
Yes, that's correct.
And with regard to that shirt.
Are we referring to the blue sweater?
Yes, let's go back to the blue sweater. With regard to that blue sweater.
Yes.
A, it could belong to Kiara McCauley.
Yes, that's
B,
possible.
Okay, B, it did, the right cuff indicated blood from Grace Jennings.
Correct.
And Grace Jennings's DNA is on that right cuff.
Yes, blood was indicated on the cuff, and Yes, that did match Grace Jennings.
Okay. And then this tissue, I don't know what item it is.
4.
Okay. Do your notes indicate where that was found?
I would need to
Can you
double
check, please? Yes, thank you.
No, I did not have that information.
And you decided to test it because blood was indicated?
Yes,
And you're finding, so you ran a DNA analysis on that?
Correct.
Right? And you got a profile?
yes.
Call it a major profile?
This was a single source DNA profile, so a profile from one individual.
Okay, so no mixture?
No mixture on this item to my recollection.
And that matched to Kiara McCulley?
Correct.
You need a texture, that's fine.
Thank you.
And then, so let's talk about the sword for just a minute, the handles. Now you made me thirsty. May I get some water here?
Go ahead.
So you did analysis on a swab that you took from the handle of the sword, right?
Yes,
And that swab didn't indicate blood.
correct.
So, and that's the only item out of all these that didn't indicate blood, right?
Yes,
And you found a major DNA profile on the handle of that sword?
yes, that is correct.
Was that one single source?
No, this was a DNA mixture, and the major DNA profile matched Kiara McCulley.
Okay. And then you took another swab from the blade, right?
Yes,
And you went ahead and did an analysis on that,
yes.
rendered some DNA. Was that a mixture or was that a single source?
On the blade of the sword, it was a single source DNA profile.
And it matched to Grace Jennings.
Correct.
Okay. And you said that the odds, what were the odds on Kiara McCulley touching the handle? Or her DNA being on the handle, or her matching
When
the
I
DNA?
ran the statistical calculations for the association with Kiara McCulley, the probability of selecting an unrelated individual at random who could be the source of that DNA profile is approximately 1 in 360 octillion individuals.
And that octillion is 27 zeros?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. How do y'all figure that number out? With
It's a lot of numbers, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we do have a FBI program that runs these calculations for us. And so we enter the profile information and we are able to generate a report with these statistical calculations.
So you don't have to sit there with a calculator?
We don't have to sit there with a calculator.
That's good, okay.
I'm not a mathematician. I can't do that. I could, but it'd take a long time.
I'll bet with 27 zeros, that's quite a bit of data.
A lot of double checking.
Yes. So one of the reasons why you analyze fingernail clippings is to find DNA from a foreign source in them?
To determine if there's DNA that does not belong to the individual that the nails were collected from, yes.
Okay, and so that's why you clipped 5 from the left and 5 from the right?
Well, I received the clippings.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
That's right, from OMI?
From the law enforcement agency, but they were collected at OMI.
That's right, they came from Officer Maria Tena?
I believe so, yes.
And on the left-handed clippings, you didn't find Isaac Apodaca in those left-handed clippings?
Let me just think about that for a minute. No, I did not.
And on the right-handed clippings, you didn't find Isaac Apodaca?
I did not.
So he's eliminated from both of those?
Yes.
Okay. And let me just go down the list. With regard to Isaac Apodaca only, okay? The right cuff of the sweater, he is eliminated as a source of the major DNA profile.
Correct.
Within the inner neck area of the sweater, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the major DNA profile.
Correct.
With regard to the staining on the front right leg of the pants, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile obtained from that.
That is correct.
With regard to the inner waistband, Kiara McCulley, Isaac Apodaca, and Grace Jennings cannot be eliminated as possible contributors to this mixture.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me what transfer DNA is?
Transfer DNA would be a situation in which, for example, if I'm holding this water bottle and then maybe somebody else is holding the water bottle after me, they may maybe get some of my DNA maybe on their hands. And so that can happen. It's difficult to determine how frequently it might happen. A lot of it is variable in nature, whether or not, maybe somebody just wiped their mouth or something, and so they have some wet saliva. That might be more likely to transfer DNA than if it's somebody who just washed and dried their hands and maybe just touched it quickly. And so it is variable in nature, but it does happen.
Okay, so an example also would be Miss Haley was just up here messing with the podium. Now I'm up here messing with the podium. There's a possibility that I have, would that be secondary transfer of DNA
Yes.
from her to me?
Yes.
And then I
If I were to swab your hands and maybe find her DNA profile.
And that would be a secondary transfer.
Yeah, it could be.
And then I'm over there messing with my desk afterwards. I could actually transfer her DNA all the way over there.
Yes.
That's a tertiary transfer.
Correct.
Okay, and that's how we get mixtures like this sometimes.
Occasionally, it's not the only reason that we would get mixtures, but yes, it can happen.
And especially if clothes are put into a basket somewhere.
Yes, I would say that sort of transfer would probably be more likely if there were wet material, but it's not impossible for it to happen with dry as well.
Mm-hmm. Like a wet towel or a wet cloth?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the stain near the left shoulder, i.e. the scraping of the inner back part of the neck on that red t-shirt,
Yes.
where did that come from?
Are you referring to the red t-shirt?
Yeah.
I would need to refer to my notes to see if I have.
Could you
anything
please?
About that. Item 3 was also recovered from the laundry basket.
Okay, thank you. And Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the major DNA profile obtained from that red t-shirt.
That is correct.
And with regard to the tissue, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile found on that tissue.
Correct.
With regard to the swab of the staining from the blade of the sword, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile obtained from that sword.
That is correct.
And that's the blade, right?
That is the blade.
And from the handle of the sword, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the major DNA profile obtained from that item.
Correct.
Now, that with regard to the swab of the stain from the wall behind the bed, did you get a chance to look at the picture? Is that just the only?
No, I've never seen the picture.
Okay, you just got a, I'm at a loss for words. That's rare for lawyers, right? You got a explanation of where it came from, it sounds like.
Yes.
Okay. But Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile obtained from that item as well.
That is correct.
And with regard to the swab from the stain on the pillow, do you remember what color the pillow was?
I don't recall.
Would it show it in your notes maybe?
It might.
Could you check?
Yes.
Thank you.
I believe let's see. Yes, I don't recall that information because I did not have that information. What was submitted to me was a swab of the stain from the pillow.
Okay. And what from the swab from that stain from the pillow, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile obtained.
Correct.
And with regard to the stain from the sheet, Isaac Apodaca is eliminated as a source of the DNA profile obtained from that.
Also correct.
And we've already gone over the left hand fingernails and the right hand fingernails. Okay. Give me just a second, okay? You have a second here. I think we've kind of answered this in a roundabout way, but if other, and I apologize, I kind of can't read this handwriting, so bear with me, please. If clothes, objects, or surfaces were recently handled by someone, would it be no surprise for their DNA to be, I guess, found on that item?
If they were
Detected.
If a sample, if an item was handled recently, it would not be surprising to find somebody's DNA profile. However, we do have those variabilities in which somebody may or may not leave DNA behind. So maybe they have more staining on their hands for some reason. Maybe somebody isn't wearing a mask and they're talking over something. If they're holding on to something for a while, maybe they're leaving more DNA behind than, somebody else might do, might leave behind. And so there are variable factors associated with that, but it wouldn't be entirely uncommon to find someone's DNA profile if they had been holding or touching an item for a certain amount of time.
Thank you. And I think we've already asked this question as to where the red T-shirt was located. Did we already ask that?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay, I thought so. All right. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Counsel approach, please. Redirect.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. Ms. Archuleta, I'm going to approach you with what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 74 and State's Exhibit 75. Okay. And I actually don't need you to handle them.
Oh, okay, perfect.
I'm sorry. Can you identify State's Exhibit 74, please?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 74?
This is item number 10, which was the DNA standard for Isaac Apodaca.
And how do you know that that's what that item is?
I know that item number 10, based on the submission receipt, was the DNA standard for Isaac Apodaca, and this corresponds with the information on the packaging.
Okay. And can you identify your agency seals on the item?
Yes, so this white seal on the front of the package is our laboratory item barcode. So this has our laboratory item number and case number on it, as well as the agency information on it, the agency case number and what the item actually is.
And where's the actual seal, aside from the label? Where's the seal itself?
Aside from the seal, aside from the label itself, it's sealed across the top with the evidence tape seal from the agency. And then my evidence tape seal is at the bottom in green.
Okay. And the agency seal from SFPD at the top. Can you tell what initials are on that seal?
It's difficult to read. It looks like an MT, but I'm not certain.
Are you aware who collected that standard based on your review of the?
To my recollection, it was Maria Tenna.
Okay, and then if you could look at states 75, and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, same situation here. I have my white barcode on the front from my laboratory with the laboratory case number as well as the item number and all of the agency case information. The agency seal is across the top with the same initials that are on the other, as well as my evidence tape seal at the bottom with my initials and the date as well.
Okay, based on your review of that packaging and understanding of the agency seals, who collected that item?
I believe it was Maria Tenna.
We address that here, and I'll ask a couple questions of my own. You were asked about DNA transfer and other issues. How long can DNA linger on an item or be detectable on an item?
That can vary. It just depends on the situation, how the item is stored, where it is stored, whether or not there has been moisture or any sort of chemicals, bacterial activity, that sort of thing. Heat, UV light, chemicals, all of these things can break down DNA. So if it's stored in ideal situations, it can last for an extended amount of time.
What about like fingernail clippings? Why are fingernail clippings routinely collected and tested?
Fingernail clippings are routinely collected because if there is some sort of altercation, it is thought that someone who might be defending themselves may get DNA from the person that they are having the altercation with under their nails. And so those are frequently collected for examination purposes as far as DNA is concerned.
Well, my question is actually about the period of time that DNA could remain underneath fingernails, if you're aware.
That's difficult to determine. It depends on how well someone washes their hands. When you think about situations in which, like the artificial nails that we were talking about before, there's that little groove in between where the natural nail sits and the artificial nail sits that kind of collects a little bit of dirt, debris, skin cells, etc. So it could be variable as far as what is collected. It might be a lot of DNA, it might be not a lot of DNA.
Can DNA in those sorts of pockets or grooves be retained for a long period of time?
I would say that would be a reasonable thought, yes.
Thank you. And then a minute ago, I think I heard you say that someone who has just washed their hands and dried them may be less likely to transfer DNA to an item they touch. Is that correct?
Well, less likely than if you had, maybe just wiped your mouth or something, you don't have a wet saliva stain or something on your hands. So if you have some sort of wet staining or something on your hand, it would be more likely to transfer, less likely if something is dry.
Moment, Your Honor.
Counsel, approach, please.
Did you receive any swabs from any door handles?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor. We will reserve this witness out of an abundance of caution.
Okay. You're being reserved. You may step down. The attorneys will be in contact with you if you need to return to testify. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. and don't seek out any information about the case or the other testimony.
Understood.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How's everyone in the jury box doing? Can we go about another half hour? Okay. Your next witness, counsel.
The state calls Ryan Romero. And Your Honor, there's 2 items of evidence. Can I collect those?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Make your way up here, please. I'm going to place you under oath, sir. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
If you'd start off for us by stating your name and spelling it for our record, please.
Ryan Romero, R-Y-A-N R-O-M-E-R-O.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello.
How you doing?
What do you do for a living?
I'm a policeman.
Who are you a policeman with?
Edgewood Police Department.
All right. And back on October 29th or around that date of 2022, were you a policeman somewhere else?
Yes, with Santa Fe Police Department.
And did you assist in the investigation of the homicide of Grace Jennings?
Yes.
Were you asked to extract or attempt to extract 2 cell phones?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury a little bit about how you obtained the cell phones?
I put in a request per policy, and they were brought to me.
Okay. Were the cell phones packaged or anything?
Yeah. Yes.
And did you maintain custody of those cell phones at all times while you performed the extraction?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury a little bit about how a cell phone extraction is conducted?
It's using a program called Celebrite, and Celebrite is software and hardware that's used for data extraction from data-containing devices such as computers, laptops, cell phones.
Okay. And back on October or November of 2022, were you certified in the use of Celebrite? How is an extraction actually conducted?
The device is connected to a computer containing the software, the Celebrite software, and the software identifies the device and extracts the data and produces a file, a report file containing the information that is contained within the phone.
Okay. And how do you connect the phone to the computer?
Via USB connection, or however the device is normally connected to be charged.
Okay. And then you said that it creates like a report file. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Does that report file get saved anywhere?
Yes.
Where?
It's saved onto the computer itself, and there's also a copy of that report is transferred to a USB, normally transferred to a USB.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
And I'm sorry, is it officer, detective?
A detective.
Detective, Romero. I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 71 and 72. Would you please just take a look at 71 first? Let me know if there's anything on there that you recognize.
Yes, I packaged this, and that's my signature and my handwriting for the date.
Okay, and what was the date of that packaging?
11/16 of 22.
All right, at this point, I would move State's Exhibit 71 into evidence. It is
Any
conditionally.
No objection, Judge.
71 is admitted without objection.
And would you now take a look at 72? Do you recognize anything on that? And I'm sorry, I'm rushing you. Let me give you some time to actually use those eyes.
Yes, I recognize it.
All right, and how do you recognize it?
I packaged this, and this is my signature and date on the evidence tape sealing it.
At this point, I would move States Exhibit 72 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
72 is admitted without objection.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about what is actually in there.
Each envelope contains a USB for each one of the phones that I was instructed to extract the data from.
Okay, and did you make any additional copies of those USBs and then give them to somebody?
No.
And were those USBs, once they were packaged up, were those submitted back into evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Officer Romero. Did you use the UFED feature on Celebrate?
Yes.
Okay. Is that feature used, that feature is normally used to access possibly deleted files, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was your Celebrate certification current when you did the dump?
Yes.
Okay. And have you done any peer reviews in regards to it? In
I'm
regards
sorry?
to your certification, were there any peer reviews done?
No.
Okay. Did you analyze or review your dump info?
No.
Okay. 1 second. Nothing else, nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. We would reserve him for rebuttal, though.
Okay. You're being held in reserve, so you may be recalled. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back to testify. In the interim, don't discuss your testimony with anyone and don't seek out any information about the case or any of the testimony of other witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. If you give those two exhibits, just hand them to the bailiff, please. Mr. Long.
State calls Jared Alire. And Judge, there's one more item of evidence. May I grab that?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sure, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
If you'd introduce yourself to this jury by stating your name and spelling your name for our record, please.
My name is Jared Alire. Spelling of the first name is Jared. Last name is Alire.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a Santa Fe police detective with the city of Santa Fe.
And how long have you been a detective with the Santa Fe Police Department?
I'm going on 13 years.
Did you assist in the investigation of the homicide of Grace Jennings?
I did.
And were you asked to extract or attempt to extract 3 cell phones?
Yes, I was.
How did you obtain those cell phones?
I did a request through our evidence technicians, just letting them know I needed the cell phones for a cell phone extraction.
All right. And how is a cell phone extraction conducted?
We use a computer through a platform named Cellbrite, which provides us the software and the tools to perform extractions.
All right. And how is that extraction conducted?
So we plug in the phones. It provides us step-by-step instructions of how to manipulate the phone so it could get to the phone and It's all done through the software.
Okay. And at that time that you conducted these extractions, was that on or around October 29th, 2022?
That was the beginning part of the investigations. My portion of extracting was November 23rd, 2022.
Thank you. And on November 23rd, 2022, were you certified in the use of Celebrite?
Yes, my certification was a Cellbrite certified physical analyst.
Okay. Were you able to conduct extractions on those 3 phones?
Yes, I was.
And did you save those extractions?
Yes, I did.
Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to hand you the Directed States Exhibit 73. Would you please take a look at that?
Of course. Okay.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was the thumb drives where I saved the extractions onto the thumb drives and placed them into evidence.
Okay. At this point, I would move States Exhibit 73 into evidence.
Any objection to 73?
No objection, Your Honor.
73 is admitted without objection.
And I apologize, I think you just answered this, but after you saved the extractions onto those thumb drives, what did you do with those, that envelope?
This envelope was then labeled, sealed, and initial dated and placed into our evidence locker room.
Okay. And Detective, just real quick, do you know if Celebrite alters any of the data on the cell phone before you extract it?
No, their software is made to safely transfer the data or extract the data without tampering any of it.
Objection, Your Honor. It's personal knowledge of this.
Foundation.
And Detective, you stated that you were certified in the use of Celebrite?
Yes, I was.
And what is that, what does one have to do in order to get that certification?
We have to take training to first get the initial certificate of it, and then every 2 years to keep the certificate going.
Okay, and do you know how long that training is?
I know it was an online one, but they gave us, I want to say they gave us about 30 to 60 days to get it completed. I don't know. I know they do have in-person trainings, I think close to 2 weeks, but I can't say exactly how many days.
Okay. And do you know anything about whether Celebrite prevents, were you ever taught whether Celebrite prevents alteration of data?
In our training, it says.
All right.
Yes.
Can we approach?
Yes.
Now, Detective, in any of your trainings or regarding your certification regarding Celebrite, did you learn whether Celebrite prevents the alteration or the manipulation of data on that phone?
In our training, in my training, I've learned that their technology and their software is made to protect it and not alter any data.
All right, thank you. I pass the witness.
Cross-examination, counsel.
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Did you use the UFED feature on Celebrate?
Yes, it is part of the software.
Okay, and is it to detect any files that may have been deleted?
It can recover files and notes on there if there were any that were recovered that were deleted on the phone. It can detect it, yes.
Okay, and your certification, your Celebrate certification was current when you did the dump according to your direct examination, correct?
Yes, at that time it was, yes.
Okay, and was there any peer reviews done as part of this certification?
A physical, like to analyze it?
Yeah.
No, I did not analyze any of the data.
Okay, so you didn't analyze or review any of the dump info?
No, I just made sure that it was opening correctly, and I did not analyze any of it.
Okay, and did you have the password for the device?
I don't remember if it was already opened and unlocked, or if there was a password on the request to tell us that there was a password. I can't recall.
So you don't recall that? Okay, and now you're talking about how Celebrite can't be altered or manipulated. That was information presented to you at some sort of training?
In my training, it did notate that that's what it's made to do, is to not alter the data.
So it's like the Celebrite people telling you that, or people, some liaisons involved with Celebrite telling you that it can't be altered or manipulated?
It was just in their workbooks and then an online training system that they were using.
Okay, so that was coming directly from Celebrite?
Through Celebrite, yes.
Yeah, they were telling you that their product cannot be altered or manipulated.
It didn't say that it cannot. It's showing that their technology is made to safely extract data without making changes.
And they didn't bring up any room for error or issues that could arise through the system?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And are you aware, you're not aware of any security challenges or anything that Celebrite may have faced in recent years?
Not that I know of.
So nobody discussed that with you from Celebrite, or you don't have any information about that?
No, I'm no longer certified. I haven't taken a training since 2023, maybe. I think that's when my cert expired.
Okay. And the certification for Celebrite, that comes directly from the Celebrite Corporation company?
Yes, it does come from them.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. State would reserve them for rebuttal.
Okay. You're being held in reserve, so don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Don't seek out any information about the case or about the testimony of any other witnesses. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back and testify.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You may step down. Hand that to the bailiff, please.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to call it a week. So just to repeat instructions you've already heard over the weekend. Again, please don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't seek out any information. Don't go by the location or locations that have been described to you. Don't make any experiments. Since you've been hearing about technical kinds of things, again, don't seek out any information about any of the technical processes or any, we were just hearing about a software package a moment ago. Don't seek out any additional information about any of either the processes what have we heard about today? We've heard about serology, we've heard about DNA testing, we've heard about latent prints. Please don't seek out any additional information from any source about any of those things over the weekend. I would ask you to come back. Let me check Monday. I know I have a couple of things, but we should get started pretty early. We're still a little behind. So again, on Monday, we're going to try and be as efficient as possible. Okay. I have 4 hearings in the morning before we can begin. I'll still ask you to be here at 8:30. No. That's an old note. We thought they were going to be tearing all the lights out, is when we set that up. But my bailiff just tried to remind me is at one point in time we had a conversation about switching courtrooms because they're doing maintenance on the building. We have a calendar of events as to what floors they're doing at what period of time, and so it doesn't affect us. So we'll be back up here on Monday, meet the bailiff again. I don't know if anyone's picking a jury on the first floor, so the same place, second floor, far into the hall up against the large windows. Angel will collect you there and then bring you up, and we'll get started. Do any of you have any questions for me? Again, the schedule, as far as we can tell at the moment, is we're scheduled to get the case presented and hopefully be completed by the end of the day on Tuesday. It may be that you go into Wednesday. So again, schedule in case that happens. If you have other responsibilities or obligations, you should just be aware that you may be here on Wednesday as well. Okay? Again, leave your notes with the bailiff. He'll help you retrieve any personal items you have in the back, and then you're free to go and have a good weekend.
All rise.
May be seated in the courtroom. Counsel, any housekeeping issues we need to take up before we recess for the day?
Your Honor, we forwarded the order suspending phone privileges that Your Honor signed to our contacts at the jail. So hopefully that is put in place. We just ask that you admonish the defendant directly not to make any phone calls if his privileges weren't revoked, or and specifically to have no contact with his mom.
It's not just the privileges, it's texting and communications.
And text.
I did approve that order and given instruction to my administrative assistant to forward a copy to the jail, but let me see if it's in Odyssey yet, and I'll print out a copy and give it to the deputy to take back when they return Mr. Apodaca.
We just ask that you explain the concept of third-party contact and how that's prohibited with Ms. Montoya as well, Your Honor.
Yep. Give me just a second. What did you say? I don't have his file open. Yeah, go ahead and send me 2 more. There's one for the sheriff's records, and there's one for you to give to the jail when he's returned, and then there's an extra.
Yes.
So we're still on the record. So Mr. Apodaca, just to be real clear, the prohibition is you having any contact, and that's direct or indirect. Your phone privileges and your ability to send messages or texts from the jail, the order that the deputy has prohibits you from doing that. But that also includes other third parties. By that I mean family, friends, potentially other people at the detention center having any contact with any witness in the case, and that includes your mother. You've heard the conversation we've had. Potentially it could lead to other ramifications, which could be exclusion or other sanctions. So again, counsel, my understanding is those 3 calls have already been put on Exxon, so you should have contact. You should have the ability to access those and to review those. And if we need to have a further discussion on Monday, we will. Counsel, if you'll be here at 8:15 on Monday, but I didn't come back and ask the defense if you had any issues we need to discuss today.
Not from defense, Your Honor. I did have a conversation with my client about this,
Okay.
and about what you just addressed. Nothing else from defense, Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
I think Monday is going to be packed full of testimony.
Yes, Your Honor, just by way of a quick roadmap, we'll start with Sergeant Vigil, which will be lengthy. The defendant's interview is 2.5 hours. We confirmed those times today. And then the Facebook messages will be a lengthy process to go through with him amongst some other, obviously, items. The cell phone results. We also then have Kiara McCauley and Dr. Wellner. We may have to break at some point if we get too far into Tuesday to take on Wellner before he flies out Tuesday night or Wednesday morning. I mean, all 3 of our next witnesses will be lengthy.
Tuesday, Monday.
Sorry, Monday. Well, I suspect Sergeant Vigil will take up a good chunk of Monday, certainly all morning and into the afternoon. Then it would be Kiara McCauley into Monday afternoon and probably Tuesday morning. Then we have Dr. Wellner. So I anticipate that the defense cross of Ms. McCauley is going to be quite long.
It is.
So our next 3 witnesses are the most substantive.
Okay.
Yeah, initially I thought we would get maybe to Vigil by today, but now, yeah, I mean, these are, as Ms. Murphy pointed out, most critical witnesses, and we do have extensive process for all 3 of these witnesses, Ms. McCauley, Dr. Wellner, and Detective.
We'll see where we are at noon on Monday, but I may go ahead and advise the jury at that time that we will be here Wednesday as well.
And we do have our exhibits prepared. I mean, we're trying to move as efficiently as possible, and we'll continue to do so.
All right, if you'll be here, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I think they're all video hearings starting at 8 o'clock on Monday morning. So be here at 8:15, and we'll bring Mr. Apodaca up. He needs to be dressed out by 8:15, and then we'll call for him as soon as we know when we can let you into the courtroom and get started. All right, thank you all. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Judge. You too.
Judge.
Check real quick, make sure you don't walk out of the room with any exhibits.
Jane.
Guys,